appearances, as well as the photos he had taken over the years. Chris also recorded a video intended to bestow advice to younger people, based on the wisdom he'd learned in his quarter century on Earth, providing a very good point of reference for his mindset at the time.
This is the rise of
with these
Christian.
things, you should keep in mind of what your
Let me
true
get my
original
pipe,
gender is.
smoke a bowl,
Because it's like you're learning
and
about
we'll hop right
you
into
want to
it.
take
Let
on
me
a
go
date,
into
young man.
Twitch chat on my phone,
Or
and we'll get right into
likewise,
it.
you feel more comfortable with
B.O.B.
that boy just saying hello that you've been checking out from a distance, young lady. And hopefully in due time or now, each and every one of you will stay straight. You know, girl for boy for girl. Everything else is vice, as said by Dr. Kinsey.
Despite the fact that Chris did not intend to distribute his DVD publicly, he still wanted another outlet to share more of his creative work with the world. So in May of 2007, he created an account on the burgeoning platform of YouTube and named his channel Sonic Chew. His first upload to the site was a video about the game Soul Calibur. This video depicted a fight between Chris and Mary Lee Walsh, using customized characters from the game, where of course he comes out victorious. By his standards, this video was relatively harmless, but the creation of a YouTube channel would go on to become perhaps one of the greatest mistakes Chris ever made, as things would quickly spiral out of control.
Ribbit, ribbit, I cannot hold it, the last little toilet. I already sold it, ribbit, ribbit. In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow. But now I really gotta go. In the rain or in the snow.
In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky
Parappa the Rapper, a great new music video game.
In the rain or in the snow.
Once you played it, you can't get it out of your head.
In June of 2007, Sony announced Parappa the Rapper Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, a contest in which participants were required to recreate a song from the PlayStation franchise for a chance to win 2 PSP game systems. The only rules were that contestants were not allowed to change the lyrics or use backing tracks in their entries. Upon learning of this contest, Chris decided that he absolutely had to win. With this, the novice YouTuber began formulating a plan to give one of the PSPs to Megan, and he would then take her on the trip to PAX West, where she would surely fall in love with him. Chris quickly got to work making a video to guarantee him a win in the contest. As you may expect from Chris's usual standards though, it didn't turn out very well. First of all, the entry was filmed using his PSI, a cheap camera attachment for the PlayStation 3. Secondly, the entry is full of nonsensical and jarring effects taken from Sony's built-in editing software, most likely in an attempt to make the video look more professional. On top of all this, Chris clearly did not actually memorize the lyrics to the song, as he frequently stumbled over the words and looked off camera to read them. He also technically broke the rules by changing the lyrics, as he began the video rapping about his plan to make Megan fall in love with him. Miraculously, or more likely due to the fact that very few people entered the contest, Chris's entry made it to the final 10 and became eligible for public voting. This would be the start of an aggressive marketing campaign, as he tried to win through any means necessary. He began posting ads to his website, encouraging the readers of Sonic Chew to vote for him. He also started handing out flyers to patrons at the game place in order to earn more votes. In addition, Chris also began emailing all of his old acquaintances asking for help. These included old gal pals and teachers from high school, and strangest of them all, his estranged half-brother Cole Smithy, who he had not spoken to in years. Surprisingly enough, he did respond to Chris's request, agreeing to vote for him on one condition.
I'll make a deal with you. You find out the identity of my real father from Barbara and email me the person's name, and I will vote for you in your effort to travel to Seattle. Deal?
If you couldn't tell, Cole's relationship with his mother Barbara was strained. He alleges to have been the victim of severe mental and physical abuse throughout his childhood by his mom, as well as Bob and her former husband, Jerry Harmon. Cole also believed Barbara was lying to him about the identity of his biological father. She claimed his dad was a man named Jack Dale Smithy, but Cole insisted it to be a different old flame of hers, Ran Coleman Yeats. Suffice to say, Chris never followed through on asking Barbara about Cole's father. Despite all of the vigorous campaigning he had done, Christian still decided he needed to do more in order to increase his chances of victory. This competition was far too important in his mind, so he chose to turn to less than admirable tactics. This is when he began to create several email addresses in order to stuff the ballots, voting as many times as he possibly could for his entry, even making a fake account in order to leave a review for his video, in which he refers to Megan as his girlfriend.
Such honesty of his situation and the devotion for his lucky girlfriend adds great emotion to his performance. The visually appealing FX added the best humor and biggest laugh I had among the bunch. I enjoyed the fun background to his assumed to be bedroom, and his informative feedback on playing Guitar Hero on PlayStation 3. Also, he has nailed the lyrics a cappella. As the brave autistic warrior so creatively put it at the end, rap, 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 that's a wrap.
After doing everything in his power to ensure victory, Chris waited anxiously for the final results of the contest to be released. On August 3rd, the self-proclaimed autistic warrior logged onto the website excitedly, only to be crushed upon realizing he had lost to a man named Adam Stackhouse. As you can probably imagine, Chris did not concede defeat gracefully. He began posting incessantly on the PlayStation message boards, and emailing Sony directly about how he should have won. He angrily pointed out Adam's use of an a cappella beat in the video, which he believed to be a violation of the contest rules regarding backing tracks. However, this ultimately amounted to nothing, as Sony ignored his emails and his tantrum resulted in a ban from the PlayStation forum. Chris also emailed Megan after his big loss, cursing Adam Stackhouse and lamenting the fact that he would not be able to take her to PAX West. This was apparently the final straw for Megan, who had been trying to tell Chris for months that he had no chance with her romantically. She sent a heated email back, berating him for ignoring her countless requests for him to stop trying to date her.
Christian, I haven't been checking my email until recently, and I just want to say that your behavior has irritated me for the last time. First, I'll start off with saying that I'm glad you didn't win the contest, because I have no interest in going on a trip alone with someone who can't keep his hands off me. I'm not your girlfriend, and I never will be. When I say, don't touch me, that means don't touch me. What may seem friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You whine that you're just being friendly, but you obviously have no consideration for my feelings. And I don't like your Megan obsession. I don't like being a character in your comics. I don't like how you made me a character in Soul Calibur and Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out.
The week's events were a massive blow to Christian's ego. Not only did he lose the contest, but also the woman that he loved. At this moment, it seemed like things hit rock bottom, as the mirage of a future Chris had planned blew up in front of his eyes. But unfortunately, it would soon turn out that this was only the start of his problems. Because the thing is, these new antics on YouTube piqued the interest of an online community that would soon propel our protagonist into the spotlight.
And that is how angry I am at Adam Stackhouse, Apraluski, Rudell, and Surya Butchwald. They should have been disqualified because they had music and more than one person in their Freakazoid videos.
With Chris starting to bring his strange and self-destructive behavior onto social media sites, it was only a matter of time before people took notice, and that day arrived on October 26 of 2007. This is when photos of Chris playing the Pokemon trading card game at the Game Place were posted onto a little image board known as 4chan. At the same time, discussions of him began on the Something Awful forums, prompted by a user who had witnessed Chris's pursuit of true love in real life. His multiple public outbursts and unique worldview made him impossible to ignore, and he was quickly becoming a favorite topic of discussion across the web. Despite the internet's instant fascination with Chris Chan, there were some people who theorized this was all just an elaborate troll. As a result, someone decided to go right to the source and find out for themselves. On November 3rd, Chris received an email containing fan art people had made of him and his characters. Among these was a drawing of Chris sitting at a desk labeled Girlfriend Auditions, with a sign which reads, "No Darkies." He also included a few pornographic images, including a comic of Chris having a sexual encounter with Sonichu and a drawing of Sonichu pleasuring himself. It didn't take long for Chris to respond.
I am feeling great detest towards the other two. Sonichu and I are not of that nature at all. If you would like to make it up to me, though, please draw a strip of Rosechu stripping for Sonichu. I am straight, damn it. I will not be veered in any other disgustingly grotesque direction.
The sender quickly apologized for the art and sent Chris the comic he had requested of an intimate moment between Sonichu and Rosechu. The one catch was that in this picture he chose to depict Rosechu with a penis rather than female genitalia. Chris may have been upset before, but this drove him completely over the edge.
Rosechu is a girl. She never had a frickin' pickle. If I see one more frickin' pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow.
If there was anyone who remained unconvinced as to whether Chris was legitimate, this response was what finally made the trolls realize they had struck gold. Shortly thereafter, a man named Jason Kendrick Howell created a page about Chris on Encyclopedia Dramatica, a wiki dedicated to the discussion and mockery of strange internet figures. Chris now had the kind of undivided attention that most people would do their best to avoid. He would need to choose his next moves carefully if he wanted the trolls to go away. Unfortunately, he did not do that. A few days later, Chris posted a video directed at the users of Encyclopedia Dramatica, although he quickly detoured from the original topic and began rambling to the camera about his life. He talked about his supposedly proud lineage, bringing up his Cherokee ancestors, as well as the fact that he was descended from Anne Boleyn and some travelers on the Mayflower. He also discussed his various hardships throughout life, such as his early schooling and his inability to find a girlfriend. It's unclear what Chris hoped to gain from this. Perhaps he wanted sympathy, or maybe he thought this information would make the trolls respect him. He concluded by requesting that the ED page of him be taken down, or at least edited to portray him in a more flattering light. Not only did this request not stop the deluge of trolls, but it only furthered the negative attention coming his way. People continued making fun of Christian and posting to the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, much to his frustration. Things hit a boiling point only a couple days later when an old graphic internet shock image known as Goatsy was uploaded to his wiki entry with the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan." This sent Chris into a fit of rage as he went to his ED page and began editing it as he saw fit. Bizarrely, many of Chris's edits revealed a lot of embarrassing information about him that had previously been unknown to his detractors, such as the fact that he used a blow-up doll, and how he truly believed his Sonichu medallion gave him special powers. Chris concluded his session by uploading a number of pornographic drawings he made in an attempt to prove his heterosexuality. Most of these were just pictures of his hedgehog characters, but there were a couple particularly shocking ones that stood out from the rest. Namely, these were a naked drawing of Mary Lee Walsh and a picture of Chris pleasuring an unidentified girl while giving a thumbs up to the viewer, later named She Came for Quick. At first, many of the trolls believed the girl in the drawing to be Chris's fictional sister, Crystal, based on their similar appearance. A few jokes were made about it, and things continued like this for months. Eventually, though, someone would come along and recognize the true identity of the girl in the drawing, taking the entire situation from bad to worse. This occurred in March of 2008, when Megan discovered the She Came for Quick drawing and was immediately horrified, recognizing the girl as herself. She immediately emailed Chris, stating her disgust with what he had drawn and requesting that he remove all mentions of her from the internet. Chris soon responded, apparently misinterpreting what had upset her about the drawing. He seemed to believe that her shock came not from seeing such a vulgar image of herself, but instead from her lack of sexual experience. He decided to offer her some resources she could use to better educate herself, which included recommending she watch The 40-Year-Old Virgin. Despite not fully understanding what he did wrong, Chris did make some effort to honor Megan's wishes, and he began deleting everything he could about her from the ED page. The thing is, he didn't delete the original graphic artwork that started the drama, choosing instead to simply zoom in on the image so Megan's face was no longer visible. Unsurprisingly, she was not pleased with this fix, once again emailing Chris, baffled as to why he didn't just delete it. She scolded him for selfishness and tried to get him to change his mindset where he believed the world was out to get him. Once again, clearly misreading the situation, Chris's response to this only served to dig his hole deeper.
Megan, I am sorry for uploading the drawing, and I really wish I could go back in time and stop myself from making the mistake. Yet I do not regret drawing the drawing, because if I hadn't released my frustrations in this creative sense, I might actually have done something really dumb and stupid.
It's unclear what Chris meant by this, but the sinister implications were enough to cause Megan to finally cut ties entirely. This event was devastating to Chris, as he had several self-destructive outbursts over the following weeks. It started when he yet again edited the Encyclopedia Dramatica page, berating himself and stating that he was a loser. In doing this, he also accidentally publicly revealed that the girl in She Came for Quick was Megan. Chris also uploaded an image gallery called You Know What? I Hate Myself Too, filled with panels from his comic showing his character getting beaten up or humiliated. As this self-destructive streak continued, it eventually bled out from the internet into Chris's real life. Grace Baptist Church, Chris's regular congregation, discovered his online activity and quickly shunned him. He also received a 2-week suspension from the game place, although following further outbursts, it became permanent. In many people's opinion, this was the real turning point when Chris became Chris Chan. His gal pal had abandoned him, his church had rejected him, and his favorite hangout spot had banned him. In just a few short weeks, a large portion of Chris's life had been ripped away, all due to his poor behavior. The only place he could turn to for attention now was the internet, because even if they were abusive, at the very least, they would talk to him.
To the one called Jason Kendrick Howe, for he is, and I quote, in an email he sent me, the creator of the Encyclopedia Dramatica ED page for me. And he states further, my, you seem rather angry about it in your last YouTube video. A few months ago, you asked me why I made the page for you. My reason? You were too damn funny to ignore.
In August of 2008, Chris released a couple more videos addressed to Encyclopedia Dramatica, in yet another ill-conceived attempt to fight back. In these uploads, Chris angrily blamed the site's contributors for ruining his relationship with Megan, saying that they broke the emotional bond between them. He once again demanded removal of the page, holding the release of Sonic-Chu number 7 in limbo until he got what he wanted. Despite his anger at the internet for driving a wedge between him and Megan, Chris seemed far more upset about the misconceptions people were spreading about his sexuality. A great deal of his time online was spent firmly establishing how much he hated seeing male genitalia, and how he preferred female genitals, which he referred to as China. He also wanted to correct the record about the identity of the girl in the now infamous illustration, insisting that the girl depicted was Megan, not Crystal. No matter how much time passed, Chris could never get over people inaccurately depicting Rose-Chu's biology. In late August, Chris released an episode of the upcoming Sonic Chew number 8 early, titled Rage Against the Garbage. He created 3 separate versions of this episode, one labeled TVMA, another labeled TV14, and a third labeled TVY7. This was due to the graphically sexual nature of the story. The comic begins with Sonic Chew and Rose Chew talking directly to the audience, addressing the sexual content they are about to witness, and assuring the reader that it is being done for educational purposes, and that they are both consenting adults. This mature story starts with the aforementioned lewd acts, before being interrupted by Chris giving long-winded explanations of their anatomies, complete with diagrams. Once the scene finally ends, Rose Chew decides to go on the internet, where she discovers a website called 4cent Garbage, a stand-in for 4chan and ED. She is horrified to discover the drawing of her, and she starts to formulate a plan for how to counteract them. She first takes naked pictures of herself and posts them to the website, mirroring Chris's earlier attempt. Much like that event though, this does not work, and she and Sonic Chew travel to the 4cent Garbage headquarters in order to get them taken down. Upon their arrival, the Hedgehogs take the elevator up to the top floor in order to confront the CEO. On their way, they encounter several memes that Chris presumably found on 4chan and add their commentary to them. They even take the time to attack a few 4cent Garbage employees, as Rose Chew punches someone drawing anatomically incorrect art of her. Chris himself even shows up to assault someone making fun of his drawings. When the crew finally reached the top floor, they were confronted by 4cent Garbage's CEO, Jason Kendrick Howell. Despite their plan for him to take down the drawings, Jason doesn't listen, as Chris portrays him as a soulless nihilist with no morals whatsoever. As they leave, Jason hurls a pickle at Rose Chew. This sends her into a fit of blinding rage, as she furiously strips nude and throws herself at Jason, beating him nearly to death. However, she steps away just before the killing blow, letting him live to troll another day. In the epilogue, Rose Chew gathers together all of the comic's other female characters in order to do a nude photo shoot to stand in solidarity against the trolls. It's here where Chris introduces a new character named Zapina, a 14-year-old girl who asks if she can model for the pictures. Rose Chew turns her down though, saying that quote-unquote dumb laws would prevent it. As time progressed, Chris posted more and more vlogs about his feud with Encyclopedia Dramatica, and his YouTube channel became his primary outlet for talking to the internet. Just a couple days after his initial 2 releases, he posted another vlog celebrating his victory over ED, as the website had to go down throughout the day. Chris believed that this was his doing, as he had rallied his fans to conquer his enemies. In reality, however, the website had been going down due to unprecedented levels of traffic, as more and more people began flooding in to read about Chris's antics. And as interest grew, trolls began devising new ways to mess with Chris, just to see how he would react. An early example of these more elaborate pranking attempts came a little later in August, when someone calling themselves JK Productions messaged Chris, telling him that he was working on a Sonic Chew video game. Chris, being an avid gamer, excitedly gave his seal of approval to the project. Over the following weeks, he even posted a few vlogs to his YouTube channel detailing his involvement with the game, stating that he was hard at work writing the storyline. This troll was short-lived, as on September 5th, 2008, JK Productions decided to cancel the project, posting on their blog that Nintendo and Sega had issued them a cease and desist. As one last bit of fun at Chris's expense, they pretended to redesign his character to be more copyright safe. Sonic Chew became Reginald the Anteel, with Rose Chew becoming his flamboyantly gay partner, a clear mockery at Chris Chan's homophobia. Chris himself was reimagined as a large-chested, scantily clad woman wearing a pickle necklace. Unsurprisingly, the Sonic Chew creator was not pleased, and quickly responded by cutting ties with the project, and encouraged his fans to contact Nintendo and Sega to make an official Sonic Chew game. Even though this was not the most elaborate trolling effort, it was used to test the waters for future endeavors. These unscrupulous internet users were rapidly learning Chris's weaknesses, and figuring out ways ways to exploit them for their own entertainment. Another one of these early sagas involved a group of trolls attempting to trick him into believing that English football commentator Jimmy Hill was trying to sell a ripoff of Sonic-Chew in the UK. They went to great lengths to convince him of this, creating fake ads for Sonic-Chew toys and putting bootleg copies of his DVD on store shelves. They later upped the ante by claiming that Jimmy Hill was developing his very own Sonic-Chew animated series, in which the titular character was gay, and his parents were Jimmy Hill and Mary Lee Walsh. The cartoon's villain was a giant robot, the design of which was based on Chris himself. Just as they hoped, Chris believed every word of this lie. He addressed it in multiple update vlogs, most notably one where he laid out all the evidence to prove he was the original creator of Sonic-Chew and not Jimmy Hill. The trolls had a good laugh at this and did not push the Jimmy Hill saga much further. They had learned what they wanted to know, which is that there wasn't a limit to what Chris would believe, and this opened the door to many new possibilities. At around the same time period as the Jimmy Hill saga, a new group of trolls decided to prey on Chris's desire for a sweetheart by creating a fake woman for him to fall in love with. To be clear, this wasn't the first time Chris had been catfished. A few months prior, a man by the name of Joshua Martinez, who had met Chris in speech therapy class, attracted Chris's attention under the guise of the fake alias Lori Lopez. Chris and Lori talked for a while, but ultimately things fizzled out and nothing substantial came from it. With the groundwork laid, the new tricksters invented Blanca Weiss, a name obviously poking fun at Chris's desire to only date white women. In Blanca's first email to Chris, she expressed her admiration for Sonic-Chew and revealed that she also enjoyed making comics. Blanca sent him her own original character, Jigglyami, a combination of the Pokemon Jigglypuff and Amy Rose from Sonic. They also sent Chris a picture of a woman jumping in the air and holding a guitar, a supposed image of the fictitious sweetheart. Chris was instantly impressed and added both Jigglyami and Blanca as characters in Sonic-Chew number 7, published August 20th, 2008. This issue also included a scene of Chris being trapped in a time void, which he did in response to criticism saying that the story focused too much on him and not Sonic-Chew. Chris and Blanca began emailing frequently after this, with the gullible man rapidly trying to escalate their relationship. Only a few days after their first meeting, Chris was already oversharing about his personal life and attempting to learn more about Blanca's.
Also, while I am thinking about it, I wanted to ask you about how you feel about porn in your humble opinion. Honestly, and confidentially between you and me, I see the official videos from companies such as Adam and Eve not solely as a turn-on, but as a good education of what may be done during the act. I also appreciate it more as a virgin because it allows me to create a better idea for when I actually do it for my first time. And obviously, I have seen a fair share in my adult years.
In these emails, Chris also fabricated a few details about his life, such as saying he had made up with Megan and was at peace with Encyclopedia Dramatica. The latter of these two claims was immediately disproven later in the correspondence, as he went on an angry tirade about their continued misrepresentation of Rosechew's gender.
I just wanted to let you know that I have finally got use for the ED page being there, so I am able to tolerate its existence. The major thing about that page that really grinds my gears is all the lewd, slanderous parodied images of my Rosechew's. She is all woman. She was born with and still has her God-given vagina and both ovaries.
The trolls had Chris right where they wanted him, controlling his anger with the ED page and his love life with Blanca. Soon enough, though, the snafu artists behind Chris's fictional girlfriend would get a wrench thrown in their plans, when a new troll named Lord Silly Nipples created a MySpace page for Blanca without their involvement. He added Chris and quickly appealed to his well-known desperation for intimacy, asking him if he would like to exchange nudes. Unfortunately, Chris did not see through the lie, and sent multiple naked pictures of himself to the imposter of his already fake girlfriend. This led to September 11th, 2008, when Lord Silly Nipples dumped Chris's nudes onto the internet and changed the profile picture of his Blanca MySpace page to one of a black man wearing a pickle costume. In response, Chris posted a video addressing the nudes, sadly admitting that the woman he had believed to be his first real girlfriend had been in fact a troll. He decided this gave him free rein to claim Jigglyami as his own character, as presumably he liked her too much to write her out of the comic entirely. The original trolls behind Blanca began scrambling as they were not yet ready to give up their ruse. They managed to talk Chris into partaking in a Skype call with them, where a female troll named Nurse Icky-chan played the role of Blanca. This was enough to once again convince Chris of the character's validity, and he posted another video proclaiming that she was real after all. This would not be the last time nude images of Chris were posted online. Only a few days later, trolls managed to figure out the password to his YouTube, MySpace, Facebook, and email accounts. It was at this point that they found more photos meant for Blanca, including one of Chris wearing his mother's underwear, and another of his genitals with Sonichu drawn on them. After the loss of his first YouTube channel, Chris was forced to create a new one. Lord Silly Nipples was still not done with his shenanigans either, as later that month he emailed Sonichu's creator under the guise of Chris's high school gal pal Tiffany Robinson, asking for a copy of his Yep, I'm on TV DVD. Upon receiving it, he quickly uploaded all the contents to the internet, although it really only consisted of old home movies and family photos. Among these was a picture of Barbara taking a nap. This image inspired trolls to give her the nickname Snorlax, as they believed she resembled the Pokemon of the same name. The apparent success of these early trolling sagas began to attract the attention of more and more internet users, who were curious to see if catfishing this man really was as easy as it seemed. Throughout September, Chris began talking to several more people pretending to be women who were interested in him. The first of these girls was named Sarah Jackson, who first approached Chris by telling him that her autistic little sister, Rose, was a big fan of Sonichu. Chris did show some affection towards her, but ultimately nothing came of it. The creator of Sarah would later decide to kill her off by saying that she was hit by a truck, an event which Chris had very little of an emotional response to. In this era, there was also Jessie Ruddy, another catfish who Chris showed a bit of interest in, but never went very far with, and she would reveal herself to be a troll only about a month later, as it wasn't going anywhere. The most successful of these spiritual successors to Blanca was a spin-off account that went by the name Sarah Mackenzie, an Australian girl who used the screen name Panda Halo. She was somehow able to convince Chris to break things off with Blanca in order to build a relationship with her. On September 24th, Chris made a video announcing his new girlfriend to his fans. He didn't reveal her name, but did sing a cover of Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up for his new flame. She was able to use Chris's deep sexual urges to her advantage, often steering their conversations in risque directions. Chris, of course, was more than happy to oblige, as he would describe his masturbation habits to her in explicit detail, as well as videos of him in the act, which of course made their way onto the internet. As Chris was getting closer to his fictitious sweethearts, he began corresponding with a person named Vivian Guy. Mrs. Guy was another troll, as she had previously been responsible for a series of full narrated Sonichu audiobooks on YouTube. Despite how she had previously been making fun of him, here she seemed genuinely concerned for his well-being, as he was sucked deeper into the vortex of lies created by 4chan and ED, sending Chris multiple emails begging him to see the truth of what was going on, and to make efforts to improve his real life.
There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much a bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic, merchandise, everything now. And if you still feel a need to be creative, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life, don't base it off stuff that exists, just make something completely new. You have never tried when it comes to women, never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girlfriend. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist, a real one. Ask your parents to send you to one. Do something about your life instead of bitch and draw comics about it.
Other than Megan, this was the hardest anyone had ever tried to show Chris the error of his ways. While harsh, it clearly and plainly laid out everything Chris needed to do to get his life back on track. Perhaps if he had followed her advice, this story would have ended here. But alas, it was too late. Chris was already caught in a tangled web of lies by the trolls. As Chris's multiple fake relationships grew more complicated, his love life would soon receive another curveball. At the end of his eventful September, he messaged Blanca over Skype, telling her about a dream he had, claiming a voice spoke to him saying the name of his true sweetheart, and that the name was Blanca Weiss. Taking it as a sign from God, Chris broke up with Sarah and returned to Blanca, declaring his undying love for her. It should be known that Chris and Sarah remained on friendly terms after their breakup, as she even created a fan site called Sonichu Fans later in October, which Chris would post on semi-frequently. As a symbol of his commitment to Blanca, Chris sent her a package containing his Sonichu medallion, as well as a handwritten letter about his love for her. The contents of this package were quickly posted on Encyclopedia Dramatica. It should have become obvious to Chris that Blanca was a troll, but he simply couldn't see the truth of the matter, as on October 9th he posted a video insisting that Blanca was legitimate, and that the package had simply been intercepted by detractors. He also claimed that Blanca had, at some point, reclaimed the package and mailed his Sonichu medallion back to him. He proudly showed off his prized possession, complete with the markings proving that it was the original. The trolls were not fooled, as they knew that he did not really get the medallion back, and this was merely a replica he made to save face. This video ends with a strange, out-of-place segment where Chris states that he had been sponsored by Sony, followed by a short ad for the game Little Big Planet. This section came out of nowhere and had nothing to do with the rest of the video other than showing that he was back on good terms with the gaming giant after the competition debacle. In response to the whole ordeal, Chris posted a short comic story on October 15th, 2008. This episode was a preview for Sonichu number 10, though bear in mind, at this point, he had not even fully released Sonichu number 8 yet. The episode follows Chris in the form of Chris Chan Sonichu, conducting a one-man assault on the 4-cent garbage building. Upon arrival, he is quickly trapped and his medallion is stolen, which reverts him back into his human form. But the trolls are shocked to learn that they gain no power from the accessory, as Chris reveals that the true source of his power is actually his high school ring. This was an obvious attempt to convince the trolls that he did not care about losing his medallion, despite the fact that just a couple days prior, he had tried to convince them that they had never stolen it in the first place. This is when one of the original trolls behind Blanca, named Icarus69, posted another video with Chris's medallion, where he destroys it in multiple different ways. These included stabbing it, making it perform coitus with a pickle, dunking it into the fermented cucumber jar, smashing it with a hammer, setting it on fire, and finally urinating on it to extinguish the flames. And with this finale, the character of Blanca Weiss had served her purpose. She broke up with Chris, which resulted in him posting a video delivering the bad news to the world. In this vlog, he seemed absolutely heartbroken, as he could not even muster the energy to stand up off the couch. He cited Icarus69's video as one of the main reasons for the breakup, stating the now iconic line, "The pickle man tricked me again." Chris went on to blame Encyclopedia Dramatica for the collapse of his relationship, angrily asking his fans to track down the person who stole his package for Blanca so he could bring them to justice. Over the course of just a couple months, Chris had experienced some of the worst that the internet had to offer. Despite being a catfish, Blanca was the closest thing he ever had to a real relationship, so the loss hurt him deeply. It was arguably the lowest point Chris had ever reached. Unfortunately for him, though, the worst was yet to come.
A
lot of cards.
But situationally, that's why I want to do some shipping breakups.
Were people able to bring their own decks into this game?
Yeah.
Multiple people have this
Well, mostly,
in one round?
actually, yeah. I figured out a rule where, like, you could have two compete. You could have one deck playing against the other That's a set of rules I came up with to add to this.
You would think they would get mixed up too much.
Yeah. All right.
Are there any places around Charlottesville that where you can play this game with people? Like
the end games for one. If
oh, okay, yeah, if you can get back in there, yeah.
All right. The Black Moon. On the Black Moon with Jacoba is some autism.
Oh, autism me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Never heard of that one.
that's something.
I made up that me. Just has got a weird disfigured face, but yeah.
Plays a lot of trade cards in this game?
What?
Are we allowed trade cards?
Yeah, I do believe so, but but you don't have randomized booster packs or anything like that.
Like during a game.
Oh, no.
Oh. Okay.
So now you can actually add to that.
Yeah, I'll put a ship.
And at the point, you can also reconnect with the other start card ships.
I gotcha. I see. So I'll put a ship here.
Yep.
Facing east, and then I will place. I have this crazy card, Skylander Chris Chan.
Oh yeah.
That works out very, very nicely.
Yes.
Because what that gives me is 2 points, which is just what I need.
To win the game.
The final that I need. The final.
You made the
card
quick play.
right here, and that gives me an even 11.
Yay! Chris Coe has won the game. Yay! I want everything about my house off the internet!
This is Christian Weston Chandler, previously known as Christopher before an animatronic bear said his name wrong, which led him to have it changed. Soon to be known as Christine when she transitioned to be a woman, but online trolls call them Chris Chan. He's demanding a video showing his hoarding situation be taken off the internet so that his elderly parents won't have their house condemned by the government. Who would report him? Well, that would be a dedicated group of internet users who have cataloged this man's life for the past 15 years, making him one of the most well-documented people in human history with his wiki containing thousands of pages. This includes a Nickelodeon cartoon character stealing his girlfriend, a doppelganger trying to steal his identity, him being catfished by a dozen different women, the destruction of his PlayStation 3 for a fake bounty, money stolen from his bank account, his house catching on fire, the macing of a GameStop employee, running over a store owner with his car, getting tricked by the creator of the Super Mario Bros., and having his character Sonic Chew stolen by a British sports commentator. Sonic Chew is a hybrid of Sonic and Pikachu that Chris created an entire comic series for. This character is also his real-life alter ego that he believes will one day bring about an interdimensional merge that will reveal him to be the reincarnation of Jesus. But I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's go back to the beginning. So for years now, people have been asking me to do a video talking about Chris Chan, and the problem is I just never knew where to begin on the subject. So for the past month now, I've been trying to get in touch with Chris Chan in any way I could. But after all that failed, I messaged Coppets. He responded right away and asked me if I wanted to do an interview with Chris Chan, and the answer to that was absolutely yes. So within a few days, I get a cameraman and I am heading down a couple hours, making a road trip out of it to meet the notorious Chris Chan in person. And this is the street. Is that it?
I mean, that looks...
Sonic Chew. Look.
Sonic
Zoom in on the license plate.
Hold on. See if I can get that. Hello. Hi. Hey. How are you?
Art, is that right? How's it going, Christian?
Nice to meet you. I'm Jesse.
Jesse, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Christine, hello. I'm Jesse.
Yeah, Jesse.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
suppose we can go inside.
Yeah, let's go
In?
inside.
Okay.
We're gonna do the interview downstairs.
Okay. Oh.
Downstairs.
Okay.
Quiet down! Quiet down! Quiet! Alright, everybody's inside.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, this is very nice.
Yeah, this is the room where it was
This is where it all
Sonic Chew. Those dogs are screaming Blake.
Yeah.
They calm down after a little bit sometimes.
Is that thing on right now?
Yeah, is that okay?
Oh, hello. Hello out there, YouTube, internet, all that. Hello. Hope you're all having a good day. There's your intro. Kinda.
All right. Yeah, good enough.
Even prior to his birth, Chris's parents' relationship gave many reasons for concern. Bob and Barbara Chandler were aged 54 and 40 respectively. At this later time in a couple's life, most are dissuaded by medical professionals from having children. This is for a variety of reasons. As many studies have shown, such an age difference would leave a large generational gap between parent and child. In some cases, this can put the child at risk of growing up socially stunted, as from a biological standpoint, they also have a larger chance of facing health complications at birth. More specific to the Chandlers as individuals, however, was the hastiness of their relationship. Prior to Chris's birth, the two had been married for only 2 years. They'd wed quickly in a bid to escape their previous marriages. Consequently, they held strained relationships with their previous families, with Barbara's in particular being intense. Additionally, they were both alcoholics, having even first met each other in a bar. Of course, that's not to say that their family unity was doomed from the start. In spite of these imperfections, it was far from unsalvageable. But these details are important in establishing that from their newborn's conception, it was an uphill battle. Such a dynamic requires a consistent and active effort to maintain normalcy, one that the Chandlers may have not been ready to face. Christopher Weston Chandler was born in Charlottesville, Virginia on February 24th, 1982. In those first few months of life, Chris was an average toddler. His first word, according to his mother, was monkey, a rather cute mispronunciation of mommy. However, it wasn't long before problems would arise. To start, in spite of having a newborn child, they continued their nightly routine of going out drinking. To babysit Chris, as well as his half-brother Cole, who lived with them at the time, they appointed Rochelle, a woman who lived in the same neighborhood as the family. Chris's sibling later recalled that it was apparent to him, even as a youngster, that she was unfit to be caring for children. As the story goes, one night in August of 1983, Rochelle became irritated with Christopher after he interrupted her phone call. She opted to punish the toddler by locking him in a room by himself for the rest of the night. Christopher, who was just 1.5 years old at the time, was traumatized to the point that when he was rescued, he refused to speak entirely. In fact, he regressed to the point of only communicating through screaming and crying for the next 6 years. To compensate for this newfound aphasia, his parents began taking him to attend speech therapy classes, which is where he was first diagnosed as being autistic, with the doctor predicting that he would likely never write his own name, let alone make it to high school. In a strange twist of events, Bob and Barbara would continue leaving Christopher with the delinquent babysitter for the next few years, likely so they could continue their tradition of late-night benders. This led his stepbrother, Cole, to attribute Chris's early muteness as largely being the fault of their neglect, a trend that would only worsen with time. Though the assertion that neglect was the source of his autism is baseless, the babysitter's supposed actions undeniably exacerbated Chris's condition. And in spite of its immediate consequences, they failed to take many basic preventative measures. In 1985, a new family moved into the Chandlers' neighborhood. With a child of their own, the families quickly became cordial with each other. This naturally led to Christopher becoming playmates with the couple's daughter, Sarah Hammer. Chris has a fond view of the years he spent with Sarah, reflecting upon them by proclaiming her to be a lifelong best friend. Unfortunately, the young girl would often pull mean-spirited pranks on the autistic child. An example of this was when she once convinced Chris that the cartoon character Casper the Friendly Ghost lived in the crawl space under her home. Once the young boy had crawled under the residence to look for himself, she proceeded to lock him in, trapping Chris until her father came to the rescue. While one could argue that events such as these implicate her as a foe, Chris insists far more positive than negative experiences. He dismissed them as just childish pranks, overshadowed by his cherished memories of them playing. According to Chris himself, it was her that brought him out of his autistic social shell for the time. At home, Christopher's life was surrounded by music and pop culture. Unable to speak, he spent much of his time consuming children's entertainment such as Sesame Street, Care Bears, and Transformers. Bob even purchased a Commodore 64 home computer, sparking Chris's lifelong interest in technology and video games. His father was proud of Chris for being able to operate the personal computer before he could even speak, programming his own games on the console by age 6. Accompanying the Chandlers was their pet dog Patty, who Chris had picked out himself from his Aunt Karina's litter. At this point, his home life wasn't perfect, but it was comfortable. Unfortunately, things would only get worse when he began to attend school. The year was 1987, when he was dropped at the front door of Greene County Primary School. With Chris's struggles to communicate, this marked the beginning of many obstacles he'd have to overcome in his academic career. In spite of this, Bob was optimistic. In order to inspire his son, he penned a heartfelt letter detailing his expectations.
The reason for this open letter to you, which will grow as time goes on, is that I know now that I, at best, haven't much time left to share myself with you, particularly to share my things, my dreams, and my thoughts with you at a time in the future when you will be able to understand. Remember to use my things and carry on my dreams if you want to.
A distinct characteristic of the letter is that it's written informally. It's meant to be read as if he and Chris were speaking face to face, a clearly intimate discussion. Bob goes on to explain personal matters such as his previous marriages and what he sought to avoid when raising Chris.
I didn't plan my life. I just took it as it came along. I seem to have had no control over it. It always came along with
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, y'all got kicked out by the dogs.
Oh,
no
it's absolutely fine.
Thank you for trying to keep them quiet for us. I'm sorry that you had to do that.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Take care.
Just trying to kind of get a feel for, like, you know, just if you're on good terms with anybody from your past now, if there's anybody you still talk to. Or has it kind of just been you and your mom?
It's been mostly locally. It's mostly just been my mom and I mostly.
Mm-hmm.
We have other people we can contact and talk to, but other than that, yeah, it's pretty much her and I. Oh, and Magic Chan, Sylvana Crizel, and everyone else that's in the yard right now. Hey, Alakazams, y'all on the roof, keep doing your good work. They're
on the roof over there?
Yeah. On the roof, everywhere. We got Pokemon all around in this yard. Yeah, I see them. I see beyond the Iron Curtain, which is just the barrier between our dimension 1218 and their dimension. See, when I said where the majority of our OCs exist and coexist. Every one of them.
Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Like, you got Sonic the Hedgehog, Mario, Sonic, Kim Possible. Everybody is on that side of the curtain. Iron Man, Batman, everybody! Their life, they exist, coexist in the same dimension. Mobius is Earth. Earth is Mobius. It's the same planet.
You know, there's so many thoughts I don't have it written down. So I just kind of have some sagas. Can you give, and I'll say them, and you can kind of just give your thoughts on them. Liquid Chris?
A doppelganger pretended to be me, and turns out he was just making fun, but I thought he was being serious. I thought he was trying to steal my identity, so I don't know why. I just thought, hey, let's do a singing competition to determine which of us was real and all that. And then I ended up meeting a woman friend of his who I thought was his girlfriend, and she thought that he was me, and I tried to straighten her out, do that right, and then yada 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 yada. Yada 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 yada.
By 2010, Chris had endured over 2 years of non-stop trolling at the hands of the miscreants. This would be enough to burn anyone out on the internet, which seemed to be the case with Chris as he announced he would be taking a step back from online life. As per usual, this did not actually seem to be the case, as only a day later he posted a video babbling about the changing of a voice actor on The Cleveland Show.
Yeah, on The Cleveland Show, you know. I liked Nia Long a lot better as the voice of Roberta Tubbs. Her voice is just too high-pitched and just does not fit the character as best as Nia Long did.
In April, Chris created a profile for himself on OkCupid in an attempt to meet more sweethearts in real life rather than over the internet. He also created a profile on the website Hook Cafe, where he went by the name Direct to Sex. As many noted at the time, Chris now seemed less concerned with starting a relationship than he was with losing his virginity as soon as possible. Trolls quickly discovered these accounts and began spamming them with new fake identities, attempting to create another successful catfish. Chris Chan's accounts were eventually terminated due to the overwhelming number of trolls messaging him, but one managed to slip through the cracks and establish communication, a woman by the name of Jackie Rami. Just as those that preceded her would do, Jackie didn't hesitate to use Chris's obsession with sex to pique his interest. Their conversations became risque almost immediately, with Chris asking her about her previous experience and if she had any STDs, along with him admitting that he himself was still a virgin. Also, like past trolling expeditions, this woman attempted to use Chris's interest in her to get him to create more embarrassing videos. Specifically, she wanted Chris to seductively lick an ice cream cone in order to demonstrate the way he could pleasure her. The sexually inexperienced man was hesitant though, as it seemed he may have learned something resembling a lesson after all the times he had been tricked before. This caution did not last though, as once Jackie asked Chris to prove his dedication to her after she discovered his previous infidelity to Ivy, he quickly sent a video titled "For JR's Eyes Only," doing exactly what she asked except without the ice cream cone.
Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there and extend it while it's in there.
In addition to this video, Jackie also requested Chris to finally confront Michael Snyder, the manager of Chris's old favorite hangout spot, The Game Place. Christian had harbored a grudge against Snyder after receiving a lifetime ban from his store back in 2008, but had never acted on it. It seemed like Jackie had given him the confidence he needed to do just that, as on April 12th, 2010, Chris traveled to his old stomping grounds with the goal of patching things up with Snyder and lifting the ban. He entered with his camera hidden in his pocket in order to secretly record the encounter for Jackie. When Chris approached Snyder, he initially tried to be cordial as he asked if they could patch things up and end the suspension. Unfortunately, Snyder was having none of it, as he simply responded no to his request. Chris immediately got frustrated as he began pleading with Michael to change his mind, insisting that he turned over a new leaf and deserved a second chance. Snyder stood his ground as he told Chris to leave, which he eventually did, but not without getting the last word.
The dude who banned me his name is Michael Snyder. Possibly a Jew considering the last name. Nothing bad against the Jews, but I'm just throwing it out there.
It's not entirely clear where this sudden bout of anti-Semitism had come from, since Chris had not said much about Jewish people in the past. Around this time, Chris was also making more of an effort to find new Gentile friends, with him attending a local music festival called Fridays After 5. The miscreants quickly learned about this and started going to the festival themselves in order to secretly photograph Chris and observe him in the wild. What was immediately apparent was that he was trying to phase out his classic sweater/medallion style, instead favoring a denim vest, t-shirt, sunglasses, and dog tags, similar to the outfit worn in his Rollin' and Trollin' video. Beneath the shirt, Chris wore a sports bra on which he wrote the phrase, "Want Woman." It's important to note that Fridays After 5 was advertised as a family-friendly gathering. While at this event, Chris would also make the effort to pick up ladies. However, he preferred to go about doing this in his own unique Chris Chan way, as he still lacked the confidence to simply approach them and start up a conversation. According to some trolls that were there, Chris would oftentimes use a zoom lens attachment for his DSi as a makeshift telescope to spy on potential mates from afar. On another occasion, he reportedly tied a note to a small rock and tossed it towards a woman he was interested in. These tactics ultimately proved unsuccessful. On the evening of June 4th, 2010, Chris had a few too many drinks at a bar after attending Fridays After 5. In his drunken state, he decided to drive down to the game place with the goal of taking a picture of Michael Snyder to use as a dartboard. When he arrived, he stood outside and began taking pictures through the window. Snyder immediately noticed and called the police, who arrived on the scene soon after. As he watched the police approach, Chris ran to his car and tried to drive off, but was forced to stop when Snyder chased him down and Chris almost ran him over. As Chris talked to the police, Michael had made a post about the incident on his Facebook.
Christian is in my parking lot right now being grilled by the police. He took pictures of my daughter and tried to run me over with his car. They witnessed this, and I bet they still do nothing about it.
Schneider's prediction seemed right on the money, as Chris was only told to delete the photos he had taken, and was otherwise free to return home with nothing but a warning. A couple days later, Chris made a video addressing his run-in with the law where he proudly admitted that he took a picture of the store owner, but stated that he had no intention of taking any photographs of his daughter. In addition, he also claimed to have not been intoxicated, as he had only had one beer. Yet again, Chris ceased all video production and made yet another effort to keep a lower profile online. That was until the trolls began to mess with his greatest love, video games.
Hey, yo, Joe, you got nothing going on for you, because you know what? I removed it.
Back in May of 2010, Christian had been informed by his former sweetheart, Panda Halo, that the miscreants had bugged his PS3 several years prior, which was how they had hacked into his PSN account so many times. The device that Panda pointed to as the bug was actually just the Wi-Fi antenna, but this did not stop Chris from posting a video in which he proudly showed off that he had removed it. When he realized that he had once again been tricked, Chris decided to take matters into his own hands. He created a new alias for himself by the name of Jenkins Jinkies, which he planned to use in order to infiltrate the miscreants. Chris did not start to fully utilize the new persona until July, when he went to the Quickie and created a page called Coffee Place. He wrote about his distaste for the staff at a cafe he regularly visited with his father Bob, commenting on how he believed the employees would often discriminate against them for being white. Not wanting the trolls to catch on to his true identity, Christian pretended to be a 14-year-old boy who had witnessed a recent confrontation between Chris, Bob, and one of the managers. Shortly thereafter, the miscreants quickly welcomed Jenkins Jinkies into their fold, knowing full well who he really was. Upon joining, Chris was informed that Jenkins Jinkies was already being considered to join the inner circle of the trolls. This would reportedly give him administrative privileges to Encyclopedia Dramatica and the Quickie, as well as making him among the first to know about any new trolling schemes. But in order to join this exclusive club, he would have to film an introductory video about how much he hated Chris. In an attempt to conceal his identity, Chris filmed the video in a thrift store so the trolls would not recognize the background of his home. As a disguise, he lowered his voice and wore a t-shirt over his head. He also talked about how much he hated Chris due to his abuse of the social security system and dislike of men.
He is a lazy slob. The money is wasted on him. He doesn't have to work for this money. Damn him. And also, he is unfriendly to us males. He should be friendly to his males. Really ticks me off.
Once posted, the miscreants invented a forum named the Trollin' Train and informed Jenkins Jinkies that it was the top secret club for only the upper echelon of their secret trolling society. Chris's first act of business was to create a backstory for his character in order to be more believable. He claimed that his real name was Junior Jenkins, and that his family had recently moved into a house across the street from the Chandlers, and included a detailed explanation as to why he was not gay. For seemingly no reason, Mr. Jenkins told a long story about how he had been raped by 2 boys at a summer camp when he was just 7 years old. A few years later, he and a male friend decided to have sex in order to see how it felt. Chris described their encounter in great detail, ending with Junior being disgusted and throwing up. Even though everything written here was fiction, Chris had just created a shockingly explicit story involving minors. Some speculated he'd done this in order to humiliate the trolls by implying they were all gay. Others wondered if this was actually Chris expressing some repressed homosexual urges, or maybe this story was more autobiographical than he was letting on. As time passed, Chris continued using Jenkins Jinkies to mess with the trolls in any way he could think of, with them happily playing along. On one occasion, Christian revealed that he had thwarted a plot by the miscreants to hack into his PSN account and corrupt his video game save data. It should go without saying that this was not a real plan and was only thought up by the trolls to make Chris think he had defeated them. But he still took the opportunity to praise himself on the Jenkins Jinkies account.
I have to hand it to him. He makes it frustrating to troll him. It's like we have to pay airfare or hitchhike dangerously and do it old-fashioned with accordion cameras and shit like that.
Later, Chris learned of another troll plot to dig up the grave of his beloved dog Patty. Using his persona, he nipped this plan in the bud by making up a story about Junior Jenkins going to scope out the gravesite.
I personally took a closer look at Patty's grave. It is harder to break in than Fort f***ing Knox. The body is buried deep underground with cement blocks covering the site, and there are heavy doghouses on top of those cement blocks. I wouldn't be surprised if they cemented her grave as well. Also, the site is heavily surrounded by trees and heavy branches. It's like deepest in the mine shaft with cave-ins happening all the time.
He apparently decided that this would not be enough of a deterrent to keep the potential grave robbers away, as he later made up another story about how the ghosts of Patty guarded the Chandler house alongside the spirit of younger Chris, as if to imply that he felt his younger self had died.
I have encountered the spirits of young Christopher Weston Chandler and Patty protecting the Chandler household. I warn you all right here and now, stay away from his house and Patty's grave. It is not worth it to have to suffer the nightmare that can render you as damn silent as the autistic child. And Patty is definitely not friendly to our dark kind.
On August 27th, Chris posted a video talking about how, due to a miscommunication with Sony technical support while trying to reformat his PS3, he accidentally deleted all of his save data. Surprisingly, he said he felt relieved by this, as if a huge weight had been taken off his shoulders. After so many years of trolls hacking into his PlayStation account, there was a certain poetic irony to the fact that it was Chris himself who ended up destroying it. Coincidentally, at this same time, Clyde Cash posted on the Trollin' Train forum, offering an over $9,000 bounty to anyone who could steal Chris's PS3 and film themselves destroying it. Chris decided that, since all of his data had been wiped from it anyway, he would destroy the console himself and collect the prize money as his final revenge against the trolls. Originally, he planned to do this while disguised as Jenkins Jinkies. However, he ultimately decided to do it as himself in order to fully savor this victory as his own. In case anyone was unconvinced that it was thoroughly destroyed, Chris later uploaded a video of himself running it over with his car, and another of him stabbing it with a pair of scissors. As you can imagine, when he tried to collect the money, Chris was met with some pushback. He was directed first to Surfshack Tito, who he was told was in charge of the miscreants' finances. Tito claimed that Chris was not eligible to claim the reward as the rules explicitly state that the PS3 had to be destroyed by a troll. The autistic man fired back by saying that he had made the video in collaboration with Jenkins Jinkies, and after some debate, Tito finally relented. They agreed to meet at the Chick-fil-A in the Fashion Square Mall, where Chris was told an agent of Tito's dressed in a pickle suit would deliver the money. Chris waited for nearly an hour before realizing that nobody was coming and returned home. He then emailed Tito, assuming that it was just a miscommunication, and arranged a second meetup. This time, the Nickelodeon cartoon character told Chris that his agent would be a woman with a tattoo of a pickle on her breast. Chris returned to the mall the next day, and once again he waited for nearly an hour, but no one ever showed up. Upon the second duping, Christian emailed Tito furiously, accusing the troll of ripping him off and demanding he simply deliver the money to his house. In a turn of events, Tito claimed that his agent had been at the mall and had accidentally delivered the money to a different Christian Weston Chandler, implying it to be Liquid Chris. With this, Chris Chan finally realized he was being strung along and gave up. There was no money, and there never had been. It was all just another prank to make Chris look like a fool. After this ordeal, the defeated man traded in $100 worth of games to GameStop in order to afford a new PS3. Despite him claiming earlier that he was moving on to a new chapter in his life by destroying the old one. In addition, he also retired the Jenkins Jinkies persona out of fear that the police may mistake him for a real troll and arrest him. Throughout 2010, Chris for some reason continued talking with Jackie on a somewhat frequent basis despite all signs directing him to the fact that it was just another troll. They had gone back and forth on whether they should begin dating or just stay friends. But on September 13th, that changed, when Chris posted a video declaring his love for her. In this upload, he also flipped through a slideshow of drawings he had made depicting what their first date would be like. But the glare from the camera made it so that these were impossible to read. After this video was posted, Chris received an email from a man calling himself Robert Paulson, who claimed to be Jackie's real-life boyfriend. He included a nude picture of her to prove he was telling the truth. When Chris confronted her about this, Jackie claimed to not know anyone by the name of Robert, and concluded that it must have been her jealous ex-boyfriend Lars McNulty. Jackie told Chris that she was worried about Lars, as he had apparently proven himself to be dangerous in the past. She asked him to make a video intimidating the violent ex so he'd back off, which Chris quickly agreed to do. The video depicted him smashing a model of the Titanic made out of Legos, since Jackie had told him that Lars loved collecting model boats. She also requested Chris say the line, "Consequences will never be the same," a reference to Jesse Slaughter, another trolling victim from that era. Upon uploading, Chris received another email from Lars, this time including a picture of a black man that he claimed to be a photograph of himself. Chris posted another video in response to this, once again threatening Lars and stating his belief that the man in the photograph was not really him. But Jackie was quick to inform her protector that the person in the picture was indeed Lars McNulty. On September 29th, Jackie told Chris that Lars had recently sent her a model boat he had made out of popsicle sticks and a condom, and she asked him to make another intimidating video to get him to back off.
And she got fed up with all the goddamn boats all over the goddamn apartment. Half of them not even taking out their baggage. Because you just bought them for the sake of buying them. I mean, you mofo. You even bought ridiculous paint and accessory kits for boats you didn't even own. You paid for a whole bunch of useless stuff you're never gonna use anyway, you jiving turkey. Yeah, I call you a jiving turkey, mofo. And that's what you is, yo, driving turkey. Driving squash, shooting old turkey.
As this drama continued, Jackie also told Chris the story of how she had gotten pregnant with Lars's child when they were still dating. Upon learning of this, Lars forcibly aborted the fetus by making her drink what she described as a Haitian voodoo potion. With all this buildup and all their history laid out on the table, the stage was set for Chris and Lars to finally speak, which is exactly what happened on November 6th, when the two of them had a lengthy phone conversation.
Yo, who did it? Yo, this be Liza and shit. Who did?
This is Christian.
Yo, Christian C. How y'all doing, dog?
Well, I know what you did do to Jackie a while back. You bought your coffee and killed the unborn child.
Y'all know about getting tormented and shit, ain't you? Tormented for your differences and shit.
Yeah, I got pretty much tormented for my autism and slow-mindedness that has happened to me before. But I ain't like that. I have respect for my black man, and I have respect for you, man, because we cool. And I enjoy the comedy. I enjoy the TV shows I get from the black man.
So you can tell me, bro. Y'all really want Jackie or not? Or y'all want your video games more than you actually want Jackie? If you want Jackie, you can be honest with me.
I want Jackie, and I want to be able to keep my video games.
While all of this was occurring, the love interest used her position as Chris's sweetheart to do what pretty much every other catfish had done before: convince him to make even more embarrassing videos of himself. The sheer volume of these was unmatched, as not even Ivy had gotten Chris to make a fool of himself on camera as many times as Jackie did. A few highlights include a video of Chris dressed as the Dragon Ball Z character Mr. Popo, in which he wears blackface, a video of him pretending to give birth to a teddy bear, and one of himself making spaghetti, which he had to mime since the kitchen was still too much of a mess to do any actual cooking in. October of 2010 commenced Jackie's naughty, no-trick, all-treat 31 Days of Halloween contest, in which Chris was to make a video dressed as a new character every day for a month. While he failed to meet this goal, he did produce a fair number of videos for the contest, each more ridiculous than the last. A couple standouts include one of Chris dressed as the McDonald's mascot Grimace while singing about living with autism, and another of him transforming into Chris Chan Sonichu. Despite jumping through all these hoops and humiliating himself time and time again, Jackie was still not satisfied with Chris's offerings. They began fighting, and eventually in November, the two of them decided to break up. Jackie asked Chris if he wanted to just be friends, but he stated he was still interested in leaving the possibility of a sexual relationship on the table. After this, the couple stopped talking for a while as Chris took another well-deserved break from the internet, choosing instead to spend his time volunteering at his church and taking care of his father, who was recovering from colon cancer surgery. Chris did actually vanish from the internet for a few months after the Jackie saga. Nonetheless, he wouldn't be gone forever, and it seemed as though he was taking this time to discover a little bit more about himself. On February 25th, 2011, Jackie emailed Chris to wish him a happy birthday and to check in on how he was doing. It took her former boyfriend an entire month to respond, but when he did, he had some big news to reveal. He'd recently started referring to himself as a tomgirl. Basically, this was the opposite of a tomboy. Rather than a woman who dressed and behaved more masculine, a tomgirl was a man who dressed and behaved more feminine. Chris had begun growing out his hair, wearing nail polish, and even pierced his ears. He made sure to stress that this did not mean he was gay. He just enjoyed the style. Christian also sent her a series of pictures of his new look, which were of course leaked to the Quickie. He confronted her about this, as he had sent those pictures in confidence, but she deflected, blaming a recent hack on the PlayStation Network for the images becoming public. Chris quickly apologized, and stated he just wasn't ready for the world to see him like this. Even his own parents were not supporting him. His cancer-riddled father had called him homophobic slurs, and his mother had tried to forcibly cut off his hair and told him, "I didn't raise a daughter." In fact, Chris's close relationship with his parents was becoming quite strained around this time. In further emails to another gal pal, he told her the story of how he had planned to travel to Maryland for the video game convention MagFest a month prior. However, when he told his parents about it, they became livid. They seemed to believe that Chris would be tearing the family apart just by leaving for a few days, and his mother even took it a step further by threatening to commit suicide. The stress and drama of the past few years had clearly taken a toll on Bob and Barbara, as even the idea of their adult son leaving their sight for just a weekend was enough to send them into a frenzy. When the new Tomgirl lifestyle did become public, Chris was sent a link to a troll-created site called Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia. Chris quickly joined under the name Kooky Dashie and introduced himself as a heterosexual tomgirl, although it wouldn't be long before he began to think of himself as a lesbian instead, despite the fact he still identified as a man at this time. Chris also said he had recently started using the woman's bathroom when in public, which had resulted in a quote-unquote stereotypical male brute yelling at him. Despite this, he stated he was still planning on using the woman's room as long as he was wearing a skirt. As this was all going down, Chris and Jackie somewhat rekindled their relationship, although to a lesser extent than before. This basically just resulted in him making more embarrassing videos for her, albeit these were much more sexual and disturbing than the ones prior. For example, Jackie told Chris to make a series in which he took his blow-up doll on a date, pretending it was her. In these videos, Chris danced with the doll before driving it to McDonald's, eating their food together, making out, and finally becoming intimate. Chris would later admit to having enjoyed being bossed around by women, which would explain much of his past behavior. By July of 2011, Chris's profile on the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia forum was leaked to the Quickie. He took the opportunity to introduce himself fully to the other forum users, and lamented the fact that the trolls had once again tracked him down, not realizing he had been talking to trolls this entire time. Some of the other forum members offered to help Chris track down the miscreants and bring them to justice. They began sending him what they claimed to be personal information on some of his most prominent enemies. This would be the start of the next big story arc in Chris's life, known as the Calling Out Saga. You see, with the information given to him by the TTV forum members, on August 6, Chris began making a series of videos threatening the miscreants. Obviously, the information he had was completely false, but he took it at face value. His first upload targeted Surfshack Tito, who Chris claimed was really named Dawn and lived in Michigan. In addition, he showed a fraction of a picture he believed to be of Tito. The Sonic2 creators' demands were for Tito to make a video apologizing to him in the Wallflower, and to send him $1,000 in unmarked bills. This final request would soon be walked back as Chris learned that it would technically count as extortion. That same day, Chris made another video calling out a troll named Thorg, who was allegedly the one who had leaked Chris's Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia profile to the Quickie, as well as being the one responsible for posting embarrassing images of Chris to a publicly accessible billboard in Times Square back in 2009. Just like with Tito, Chris claimed to know Thorg's real name and location, and showed a fraction of his picture. He demanded Thorg place a statement on the Times Square billboard clarifying that he was not a homosexual, and to leave it up there for a week. This request would also be walked back a few days later when he learned that the billboard was no longer active, but he still demanded a public apology regardless. For both Thorg and Tito, Chris set the deadline for August 31st. The revenge-filled Tomgirl's next target was Alec Benson Leary, or as he called him, Christopher from Texas. His demands for Alec were simple enough. Apologize for the copyright infringement he had committed with Asperchew. It seemed that Chris's opinions on Alec were on a pendulum. One day he might be friendly with him and try to make peace. The next he'd be angrily calling him a hack fraud ripoff artist. The first of these trolls to respond was Tito, who uploaded a video in which he pretended to be terrified of Chris and fully gave in to his demands.
And I'll get you the money. I'll get you the $1,000 and the interest. Just don't release that video with the picture of me. Just don't do any more, man.
The footage he used was actually of a YouTuber named Mr. Pregnant, but Chris had no problem believing it was really Tito. He told him that, as long as he received the money, no personal information would be revealed. Apparently, he had forgotten that he had rescinded that demand. Thorg, on the other hand, was not convinced. Chris decided to make an example out of him, as he revealed his full name and picture on August 12th, several weeks before the deadline. The thing was, this image he believed to be of Thorg was actually just the popular meme, Butthurt Dweller. This did not stop Chris from brutally mocking his appearance as well as lecturing him for his atheism. Much like Thorg, Chris revealed Alex information before the deadline. Like everyone else, the picture Chris believed to be of him was actually just another meme. This time, it was of the YouTuber Fat Man, who was famous for making videos in which he ate obscene amounts of food. Christian decided that the best way to rub salt in the wound would be to devour an entire microwave pizza on camera, mocking Alex's videos. Next on the chopping block was Jack Thaddeus. Chris revealed his real name to be Ahuvia, who in reality was an infamous online communist and another frequent target of trolls. Chris was also informed that Jack was in fact transgender, which he berated him for. He said that despite being a tomgirl, he was proud to be a man and would never get gender reassignment surgery. He also told Jack that, even if he did transition, he would not be considered a woman as he did not have a uterus. Chris's final target was Blue Spike. This time, the person believed to be him was a young man named Ness Helper, another favorite of the trolls. Chris requested an apology from Blue Spike, and also demanded that he make people stop shouting memes like Jule and Ian Brandon Anderson at him. It seemed as though Chris forgot that Ian was started by Liquid Chris, not Blue Spike. At this point, even though all of the intel was completely false, Chris believed that he'd finally gotten the upper hand on the trolls who tormented him for years. In Christian's mind, this was his greatest victory yet, and he was going to savor every moment of it. The thing was, a tragedy would soon strike that would cut the Calling Out saga short, and shake up Chris's life in the worst way possible.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's recording. So, here we are around the Christmas tree. We're gonna open presents.
Right.
Okay, well, first off, I have a card from my family. Your father, you read the card.
I see. I want to thank you all for your support and love throughout my fantastic love quest. Pooey.
On September 6, 2011, Bob Chandler passed away after a long battle with many health problems such as a heart condition and colon cancer. Chris talked to Jackie about it over email the next day, in which he told her he had gotten no sleep since his father's death, and that he had taken up Bob's responsibilities of handling the household finances. He also told her he was having trouble making sense of it all, as in 2009, Chris had a dream in which the Grim Reaper told him his father would not die until 2015. Even the trolls mourned Bob's death. From September 10th to the 19th, the Quickie was shut down and replaced with a screen in memoriam of the family's patriarch. For about a month after his loss, Christian would take another break from the internet. In the time following Bob's death, Chris and Barbara had a great deal of difficulty coping with his loss. Not only had he been the primary financial provider for the family, but he had also been their rock, the stoic head holding them all together. Without his guidance, the mother and son began to feel alone and vulnerable. It was during this time period that Barbara allegedly began demanding that Chris sleep in her room so she could call upon him if need be. Whenever he tried to refuse and return to his own bedroom, she would reportedly become enraged, destroying her son's possessions until she got what she wanted. clearly things were going poorly for the Chandler family, and it wouldn't be long until a new controversy dragged them back into the spotlight. On October 28th, as Chris and Barbara were shopping, they noticed a banner outside the game place, stating that it was now under the ownership of two people named Mike and Madeline. They were curious if the sign was referring to the manager of the store who banned Chris, and as a result, the mother and son went in to find out. Unfortunately, it was his arch nemesis that had purchased the business, and almost immediately after they entered the establishment, Snyder had arrived on the scene and tried to remove them. As they were being escorted back to their car, Chris pulled out his 3DS and hastily took a few pictures of the man. This resulted in chaos breaking out between the three of them. While we don't know the exact details of this battle, it resulted in the police being called, with Chris getting charged with a Class 5 felony after hitting Snyder with his car. While this was happening, Barbara reportedly stepped in and tried to stop the police from arresting her son, resulting in her being charged with assaulting an officer. They were both sent to jail, where they were bailed out the next day by Chris's pastoral counselor, Rocky Shoemaker. A few days later, the two appeared in court where they were formally charged. The now fatherless autistic Tom girl also received 2 additional charges: assault and battery, as well as trespassing. Their lawyer was a man named Rob Bell, whom they had hired using the remainder of the inheritance Bob left for them, which Chris recalled to be in the hundreds of thousands. In December, Rocky Shoemaker received a call from a troll who was pretending to be a court-appointed psychiatrist in order to get more information about the case. She was initially hesitant to talk to him, as she had apparently been receiving a number of suspicious phone calls as of late, but it didn't take long for the troll to start getting information. He asked if it would be possible to schedule a meeting about Chris's mental health at the Chandler house, but she advised against it due to the increasingly dismal state of the property. According to her, not only had their hoarding problem gotten significantly worse over time, but they had also been infested with insects. It had gone so bad that in Bob's final days, he had to be quarantined in the hospital due to the sheer amount of bug bites all over his body. With the court case ongoing, Chris decided he needed a new way to vent to the world. This was when in January of 2012, he made his Facebook account public and began writing several posts detailing his worsening mental state. In one of these ramblings, he told the story of how he had recently gone to the Fashion Square Mall in order to distribute flyers warning people to stay away from the game place. As he was taking a rest at the Starbucks, a security guard approached him, holding several of the flyers in his hand. Chris quickly fled out the back through the JCPenney, despite the security guard telling him he wasn't in any trouble. Later that month, he made a post asking people to help him track down his former friend Megan Schroeder, as he had come to the conclusion that she was the one responsible for everything bad that happened in his life.
Hey everyone, I have most urgent news. It is final in my mind and from my mother as an on-air witness of her consorting with Michael Snyder long before November 2007. Megan Schroeder is the seed of the whole hate and smear campaign against me on the internet. If any of you all know where she is or have clues of her or her brother John Schroeder current whereabouts, please inform me on this wall. Post haste. She is needed brought to me, my mother and our attorney, for great questioning and a huge piece of my mind.
A couple days after this incoherent message to Facebook, Christian would publicly share what he believed to be her home address, although it was quickly discovered to be false. As the day of sentencing grew closer, Chris only became more anxious and depressed. On March 31st, he made a post about how he was worried he would spend the rest of his life in prison, with his greatest concern being he would die a virgin. In response, a woman named Renee offered to get Chris in contact with a prostitute, which he happily agreed to. Only a few days later, he emailed the Facebook user thanking her for the help and described his experience. The escort he had hired was a woman named Mia. They met at a motel, and although he was put off by the fact she smelled like weed, he seemed to like her a lot. Apparently, she was half Cherokee, a fact that Chris felt like he could relate to. He then went into graphic detail about every aspect of his first sexual experience with a non-troll. On July 10th, Chris and Barbara's arraignment finally arrived. 2 users of the Quickie forums were in attendance to report back to their comrades over what went down. Christian was allegedly very on edge and nervous the entire time, as he constantly fiddled with his glasses and moved around in his chair. At one point, his lawyer referred to him as an autistic adult child, which he was visibly upset by, although he said nothing. In the end, they were both found guilty on all charges. Barbara was sentenced to community service and 2 years probation, while Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year probation, and court-mandated therapy. In addition, they were required to cover the medical expenses Snyder had accrued from being hit by their car. When asked if he understood, Chris allegedly said, "Yes, but I don't think that bribing liar deserves a red cent." Chris's depressed and unhinged Facebook posts only worsened after the sentencing. An increasing number of them focused on the subject of his teenage years. He had always cited high school as the happiest time of his life. And as his situation got worse and worse, he seemed to want nothing more than to retreat to those happy memories. He began tracking down members of his graduating class and sending them gifts, although exactly what they were is unknown. This did not seem to bring him closer to them in the way he probably expected, though. As his posting continued, his friend list grew smaller and smaller, which only served to make him more upset. In an email to a gal pal, Chris stated he viewed his high school classmates as part of his family, despite the fact he had not seen a majority of them in over a decade. In October, Chris filmed a video with the help of Rocky Shoemaker in which he showed off a Lego reconstruction of his high school that he claimed took him over 30 hours to build. He took the viewer through a guided tour, demonstrating how he had recreated every room with almost all of his old teachers and classmates. The video was filmed at McDonald's, presumably due to the fact that his house was a mess. On December 11th, 2013, Alec Benson Leary leaked a new house tour video Chris had made. We don't know for certain how he obtained it, when it was recorded, or why it was made at all, but the state of the home was substantially worse than the first tour from 2009. Multiple rooms had been rendered unusable due to the amount of clutter. The yard had become overgrown, and Chris struggled to navigate the stairs and hallways, as even they had been drowned in garbage. The Chandler's residence was a disaster waiting to happen. It was only a matter of time until this living situation would lead to calamity.
Greene County investigators are looking into the cause of a house fire early this morning. It started at about 3 o'clock this morning at a home on Branchland Court. That's in the southern part of the county. We're told the fire started in a first-floor bathroom, but got quickly out of control and eventually shot through the roof.
In the early morning of January 10th, 2014, a 911 operator was called in relation to a fire at the Chandler residence. Reportedly, Chris had been making himself a cup of coffee with their Keurig machine that sat outside of the bathroom, as the clutter in the kitchen meant there was no usable space for it in there. Due to the frequent opening and closing of the bathroom door, the protective outer coating of the cord had worn away. So when Chris turned on the coffee machine that fateful morning, a stray spark escaped and quickly began spreading out of control in the clutter-filled home. The mother and son initially tried to extinguish the flames, but it wasn't long before they were forced to evacuate. When firefighters arrived, they had no choice but to enter through the windows as the doorways were obstructed by mounds of trash. Chris and Barbara managed to escape the blaze and took shelter in a neighbor's residence. The flames raged on for several hours before finally being extinguished at around 7 o'clock in the morning. In the end, one firefighter suffered minor injuries, and the only death was the Chandler's pet cat, Scamper. When it was safe to re-enter and access the damage, Chris found that most of his old drawings had been left intact, although his Lego high school was warped and melted beyond repair. The widow and her mentally disabled son were soon moved into a temporary home provided by their insurance company while their house was being repaired. In response, the trolls decided to band together and use their community for good. Null, the founder of the Quickie Forums, organized a donation drive to help. They managed to raise over $1,000, and a few weeks later, Chris received their care package filled with toiletries, canned goods, art supplies, a few gift cards for restaurants, and a $500 check made out to Barbara. It even included a heartfelt note from Null wishing him the best. Chris Chan soon went to Facebook to thank everyone who donated, although he still expressed his desire for the Quickie to be removed from the internet. Despite the terrible circumstances, this was a rare moment of unity between Chris and his trolls, marking a significant turning point in their relationship. The old guard of the miscreants would begin to back off, and Null would eventually rebrand the Quickie Forums to no longer make it a space focused solely on mocking Christian Weston Chandler. In order to help with the recent debts accrued from legal fees in the fire, Chris began to list old possessions online for sale. He attempted to sell a collection of pornographic DVDs for the non-negotiable price of $1,000, although it seems unlikely that anyone actually bought them. He also listed some pieces from Bob's collection on eBay, including a violin and a collection of old model plane kits. At around the same time he was doing this, Chris also posted a list of Lego sets he wanted and added them to an online wish list in hopes that someone would buy them for him. It was soon calculated that the combined cost of these sets would be over $3,000, and some wondered if he was trying to take advantage of the recent generosity from his troll base. In addition, Chris also put up a listing for an original drawing of Sonichu and Rosechu, with the starting bid set at $20 and the buy it now price set at $100. Once the trolls discovered this, they began raising the bid to absurd levels. By the end of the auction, the drawing had sold for over $13,000. It was then quickly removed as the trolls obviously had no intentions of paying. It took until the end of June for the drawing to finally sell to a genuine buyer for the price of $200. After this, eBay became a somewhat steady source of income for Chris. He began selling art commissions on the site. An uncolored sketch cost $50, a fully colored piece cost $100, and a frame drawing cost $200. He actually began making a decent amount of money, but some were quick to accuse him of spending all of it on Lego sets rather than supporting his family. Chris defended himself by arguing the only sets he had bought were to replace the ones lost in the fire. As Chris's eBay business grew throughout 2014, he expanded to sell a new kind of product, replicas of his Sonichu and Rosechu medallions. These cost $30 a piece, and he even included a special offer in which every full-color commission came with a free medallion. He claimed this was done to help his mother receive some much-needed dental work. Despite the apparent success of this new venture, some of Chris's customers were complaining about how long it took for their medallions to arrive. The most infamous of these was a man only referred to as Mr. Smith. Chris sent many angry messages to him, as he was upset with the fact that if too many people filed for refunds from him on eBay, his PayPal account was in danger of getting overdrawn. It at one point was so bad that Chris went to Facebook and publicly shared Mr. Smith's full name, hometown, and eBay username. The post was quickly deleted, and Christian issued a half-hearted apology for the incident. When Mr. Smith finally received the medallion he had ordered, he found that Chris had given Sonichu an angry expression, with glowing red eyes as opposed to the friendly look that was advertised. The accompanied certificate was also heavily smudged with ink. When Mr. Smith filed another complaint against the artist on eBay, Chris fired back by saying he made the medallion that way deliberately, as revenge for the supposed bullying against him. The artist and the art collector continued talking over the next month, negotiating to find a way to make things right between the two of them. They eventually agreed that Chris would draw a free full-color commission for Mr. Smith as an apology for the doxing. Unfortunately, the end result was probably not what the customer had in mind, as it depicted Mr. Smith walking through a door with a bucket of ice about to fall on his head, and Sonichu standing off to the side scolding him for his lack of patience. In the end, eBay offered Mr. Smith a full refund, and Chris decided to move his business to Etsy. But this was not the only transition Chris would be making. Throughout 2014, Christian Weston Chandler's gender identity continued to evolve. In an email with a gal pal, Chris revealed that he had begun to tuck his genitals, which he referred to as his ugly growth, between his legs so he didn't have to look at them. He would also begin referring to himself with such terms as a lesbian identified male, a tomgirl intersex a female soul with male body, and a lesbian tomgirl transgender male. At one point, it was revealed that Chris had received a piercing on his genitals around the place where a woman's clitoris would be. He referred to this piercing as an unclit. Chris had also begun a homemade hormone treatment involving the consumption of copious amounts of soy. But it wasn't until December of 2014 that Chris told the world that he wanted to be referred to by female pronouns and had started calling herself Christine.
How we do it.
In November of 2014, Sega released their new games Sonic Boom and Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. These were intended to be a reboot of the franchise, and featured new redesigns of all the main characters. When Christine learned of this, she became livid. Specifically, there was one aspect in particular that really upset her, as she expressed in a comment on a Facebook post advertising the game.
Sonic's arms are not blue. I am boycotting this game until they change his arm color back now.
For some reason, this color swap deeply angered Christine, and she continued posting about it regularly over the coming months. Even though other characters had received more substantial changes, it was solely the color of Sonic's arms that she fixated on. The closest thing to a real reason she provided for this hatred was that the blue arms caused her to experience sensory overload. Eventually, her constant comments on posts advertising the game got her blocked by both the official Sega and Sonic the Hedgehog Facebook accounts. In November, Chris Chan created a Facebook page called Keep Sonic Original. She also made edited versions of the game's cover art that included warnings not to purchase the upcoming release, and encouraged members to print this edited cover out to insert into the sleeves of Sonic Boom cases at stores. As Miss Chandler continued her crusade against Sega, many people spoke up to ask why she cared so much. When one person pointed out that Sonic Boom wasn't even canon to the mainline series, Christine responded angrily about how she had never understood the concept of canon. There were others who mentioned that the game was reviewing and selling poorly, meaning it would most likely die out in popularity soon and cause Sega to return to Sonic's original design. But Christine was not willing to wait for this.
No, we need to kill Sega into recalling everything now, even if we have to do something like put knives and bombs to their throats.
After this threat, the group was dissolved. Undeterred, she immediately created a new page called Fix Sonic's Arms Immediately Sega. She continued making vague threats against Sega and its employees here, and it was clear her anger was only rising with time. It wouldn't be long until things hit a boiling point. This leads us to December 26, 2014, when Christine and Barbara went to the Fashion Square Mall to do some shopping. Upon arrival, the two split up, and Christine made her way to GameStop. She had recently been banned from the store for vandalizing copies of Sonic Boom with her fake cover art, and was planning to apologize and beg to be allowed back in. Unfortunately, this did not go as she hoped, as the store's managers immediately asked her to leave. They argued for a few minutes before one of the employees called security and Christine finally relented. On her way out though, she pulled out a bottle of pepper spray and showered it in the direction of one of the employees. After the altercation, Christine hurried back to the car and went home, leaving her mother behind. The police soon arrived at the mall, drove Barbara back to the house, and arrested Christine on felony charges of unlawful release of a dangerous gas. She was held in jail for 3 days before being released on bail. Upon arriving home, Christine wrote a lengthy post giving her side of the story.
In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble, and then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same, as I have in Defense and Escape.
For years, Chris Chan's presence was limited to the World Wide Web's underbelly, within the depths of Encyclopedia Dramatica and eventually Kiwi Farms. But the GameStop incident quickly transcended both of those spaces, becoming the first to attract mainstream attention. People from all corners of the internet chimed in to mock Christine for her outburst. Even the Sonic the Hedgehog brand itself got in on it when their official Twitter made a reference to Sonichu. And ironically, the Sonic Boom cartoon adaptation would eventually make a joke about Christine's obsession with Sonic's arm color.
Game companies always ruin their beloved franchises. And they never should have changed the color of Tomatopotamus's legs.
Following the incident and public mockery that surrounded it, Chris Chan would attend several court hearings in relation to the macing over the next few months, as she was repeatedly granted continuance after continuance. As you would expect, trolls were in attendance for every one of these hearings. According to them, the court seemed to take great pity on Christine, and most of the time treated her like a child. In the end, the felony charge was dropped to a misdemeanor and Christine was given a 6-month suspended sentence and a $541 fine. Her ban from Fashion Square was also lifted, although she was still banned from the specific GameStop. This slap on the wrist didn't seem to help with her downward spiral, unfortunately. Besides the legal troubles, perhaps Christine's biggest problem was a feeling of social isolation. This is apparent in an email to an online gal pal from the time, where the autistic trans woman revealed that her only friend in real life was her mother, as everyone else in their town hated the Chandlers. She had a couple of short-lived sweethearts, but just like all the others, they turned out to be nothing more than trolls. As all of this was happening, Christine continued posting regularly to her Facebook account. This brings us to August 10th, when she wrote a response to an article about a mother and son who had been arrested for incest. Christine held the stance that since both parties were legal and consenting adults, they should not have been arrested for what they did. She even admitted to having incestuous thoughts herself, as she had occasionally experienced dreams involving her mother. After some backlash, she made sure to clarify that she had never engaged in intimate activities with any family members, and had no intention of doing so. Over the course of her court proceedings, to help make new friends, Christine began patronizing the Impulse Gay Social Club in Charlottesville, Virginia. She seemed to enjoy herself greatly here, as multiple videos were published of her dancing with other customers of the establishment. As was the story of her life, she failed to make any lasting relationships here, and every night she would return to her lonely, cluttered home. Besides therapy, what Christine desperately needed at this time was companionship, and she began looking for it anywhere she could. In August of 2016, the Sonichu creator discovered the YouTube channel Planet Dolan, and rapidly became enamored with a voice actor and animator for the channel, Danielle Pitts, better known by her screen name, Doopy Do-Over. Christine began replying to Doopy's tweets frequently, trying to relate to her. It took no time at all for trolls to notice this, as they messaged Doopy en masse to warn her about Chris Chan's past behavior towards gal pals. In response to the concerned parties, Danielle made a public statement on the matter.
I've been following the Chris Chan saga since the beginning. I know everything that he's done. And yeah, it's pretty shitty. But what other people have done to him/her has been pretty shitty too. I'm also just not the type of person to turn someone away when they're being nothing but kind to me. It may be a fake, it may be a show, but I'm not emotionally invested in this enough to care.
Things continued like this for a while until June of 2017, when Christine began pledging to Doopy's Patreon page at the $50 tier. This earned her a sketch commission of her character Rosechew, In addition, she also paid the artist another $25 for a new profile pic, which she still uses on a few of her social media accounts to this very day. In August, Doopy created a second Patreon account dubbed Kitten Bell, a space for her to share her more risque artwork. The infatuated Chris Chan soon pledged to this new page as well, and began requesting Doopy to draw lewd art of My Little Pony characters, although it seems these drawings were never made. People became skeptical of this spending, as Christine was still frequently posting on Facebook begging her followers for money that she claims was to help care for her aging parent. Despite the criticism, Christine's replies to Doopy's tweets only grew in intensity and frequency. She seemed to believe that by donating to the Patreon, this made them better friends. She began referring to her as dear and darling, although these names of endearment were not uncommon for Christine to use on Twitter. On one infamous occasion, the Sonic Chew creator made a tweet in celebration of National Girlfriend Day, in which she tagged Doopy Doo-Over and pretty much the entire main cast of My Little Pony as well. This proved to be the last straw, as due to Christine's overly familiar behavior and the large number of trolls who could be found in the replies to every tweet she made, her Twitter account started getting blocked by the voice actors she loves so much. Doopy took things a step further, replying to Christine bluntly, telling her that they did not know each other, though this appeared to fall on deaf ears. At this point, Doopy realized the trolls were correct in their warnings. She had underestimated the comic book creator's mental state and had allowed things to go on for far too long. The artist offered her biggest fan a full refund for the Patreon pledges, as she no longer felt comfortable accepting them due to the Chandler's money problems. After this, Doopy blocked Chris Chan. This was not the end of the story though, as Christine was not yet ready to give up talking to her fantasy gal pals. She created a new Twitter account, Nightstar2891, based around her original self-insert My Little Pony character. She was able to use this account to circumvent the blocks and continue replying to the tweets of her favorite voice actors. In order to keep up the ruse, Nightstar even had full conversations with Christine's main account, in an attempt to make onlookers believe they were two separate people. This plan failed. What Christine really needed at this moment was not Twitter, but a real friend to help her get back on track, after a recent string of bad decisions. Unfortunately, that's not what she received.
Captain's log, stardate 101820 10172017. Do I have to do that every time? Because I have the C-log and the date written in typed in the title of this video?
In October of 2017, Christine caught the eye of a young man named Mr. Joshua Weiss. Josh's interests seemed to mirror those of the original trolls who first discovered Chris Chan all those years ago, meaning he wanted to discover just how much this person was willing to believe. And since her delusions had only grown since 2008, he decided he could go bigger than any miscreant had ever gone before. This all began when Joshua introduced Christine to Hyperdimension Neptunia, an anime based on a video game series about characters living in a world separated into different regions, each representing different video game consoles. This show played on Christine's already warped view of fiction, as she seemingly already believed that all fictional works existed in their own dimensions. The world of this anime and its setting, Game Industria, showed her a place where all those realities could exist simultaneously, which was an idea she quickly became obsessed with. Upon weakening Christine's defenses, Joshua moved on to Phase 2 of the plan. This involved convincing Christine that Quickville and Game Industria were being invaded by Russian forces. He did this by adopting the identity of John, a soldier from the fictional world, and sending her edited pictures and audio clips that he created to further his story. He concocted fake news headlines showing the invasion of Quickville and spliced together audio from the TV show and a few other games to make the war sound more believable.
I'm Ayef, a gust of beautiful wind that blows through...
Eventually, Joshua was joined by a few friends, including a man named Stephen Boyd, to help devise new ways to influence the mentally unwell woman. Together, they would come to be known as the Idea Guys. With their claws now thoroughly dug into Christine's mind, the team went to work manipulating her any way they saw fit. Now that she believed them to be real people from her fictional world of Quickville, they realized they could mess with the canon of her comic series by telling her about supposedly real events that were happening to her characters. And since she now believed all of this to be really happening in another dimension, she had no choice but to take it as gospel. The Idea Guys altered Christine's world in a number of different ways, some much worse than others. For example, they subtly began altering Quickville to be more like World War II era Germany, such as stating that the town was now home to prison camps full of large ovens, and giving the comic its own police known as the Quick Stapo. In addition, they also spoke of a prophecy which stated that her fictional daughter Crystal, who was previously her sister, would be born as the offspring of Sonichu and Christine. If you recall, in the already existing canon, Christine was Sonichu's mother, so the Idea Guys added the detail that, if she drew a picture of Crystal being conceived, Christine would not have to have intercourse with the cartoon character to fulfill the prophecy. This saga somehow became even more convoluted as time went on, but Christine did as she was told by the Idea Guys no matter how insane. As if that wasn't confusing enough, the trolls also somehow managed to convince her that she was in a polyamorous marriage with two of her characters, Magi-chan and Kryzel, the latter of whom was canonically 15 years of age. After this, the Idea Guys continued adding more and more of their own concepts into their mentally disabled victims comic. Even though she strongly disagreed with most of their changes, she continued implementing them regardless. When this was happening, she never revealed to the public what the Idea Guys were doing, as to her knowledge anyway, they were simply messengers from another dimension. As her life was collapsing, they had taken the only thing she had left, her imagination, and permanently tainted it. Unfortunately for Christine, their ambitions were growing. You see, the Idea Guys weren't just manipulating Christine's fantasies, as they soon began trying to get some monetary gain out of their scheme as well. They did this by tricking her into buying video games and gift cards for them, and these purchases soon reached upwards of $6,000. As if this weren't bad enough, they also once demanded Chris Chan pay them 20 grand, or they would report her to the FBI for being a pedo, due to her supposed relationship with the comic book character Kryzel. They also threatened to destroy Quickville if the money didn't arrive in a timely fashion. To these threats, Christine withheld one of her family's monthly mortgage payments in order to pay them off, which nearly made her and Barbara homeless. In addition to all this, the Idea Guys also told their victim that they had a Death Star-like weapon aimed at Quickville, which they would use to destroy the city unless Christine filmed herself defecating on the floor and punching herself and her mother in the face. While she allegedly did as she was told, the video in question has never been released publicly. Surprisingly, despite the insanity of the situation at hand, public interest in Chris Chan had begun to wane. The Chandlers were more dysfunctional than ever, yet the internet at large had not been paying as close attention to her as they did in years past. Normally, this would have been a good thing, but ironically, when she needed the undivided attention of the outside world for help, they were nowhere to be found. That all changed in February of 2018 though, when a YouTuber by the name of Gino Samuel started up an ongoing documentary series in an attempt to catalog the entirety of Chris Chan's story, beginning from birth and slowly making his way towards the modern day. These uploads
I'm going to go use it, I'll be back.
Exposing the Chris Chan legend to a whole new generation. While this was all happening, with these new eyes suddenly on Christine and her mental health quickly deteriorating due to the Idea Guys, she decided to take a trip to the Too Many Games convention in June of 2018. The travel expenses were acquired easily from the help of her supporters on GoFundMe. At the event, Christine took the opportunity to meet her fans and take photos with them. While things started off positively, as the day progressed, she began getting a bit too affectionate with people, kissing many of those who approached her without consent. This made her fellow attendees feel uncomfortable, resulting in Christine being asked to leave by Too Many Games organizers. In response, she had a complete breakdown, curling up into a ball in the middle of the convention floor. Chris Chan remained in this position for quite a while, but quickly she was escorted to the security office where she was able to calm down. After the incident, the now banned guest went to Facebook to angrily give her side of the story.
One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes positively, mind you, is not offensive to me. What really ticks me off is any display of likes and affection is viewed as taboo and more offensive than bloody, gory violence.
In the past, this would have been an event many would have laughed at, but at this point, it had just become sad. This was a person approaching middle age and making a scene in public like a toddler. Christine was acting erratic, and with her only confidants being the idea guys, she would need someone to save her. Interestingly enough though, it would turn out that Chris Chan's savior would not be a friend, but instead someone she once considered an enemy. Null. Being the creator of the Quickie forums and current owner of Kiwi Farms, this Chris Chan aficionado was informed of the idea guy's extortion by Christine's old gal pal Anna McLaren, as she had noticed that her friend had been acting strange as of late. Shocked by what he uncovered, Null was quick to step in and managed to convince Christine to grant him access to her email and Discord accounts, so he could keep the idea guys at bay. Realizing all the crimes they had committed, the group of trolls were quick to vanish into the night as they knew the jig was up. Null also got into contact with law enforcement to see what could be done. Luckily, Christine had kept every receipt of the purchases she made for the idea guys. But despite this abundance of evidence, no legal action was ever taken against them. After this intervention, many breathed a sigh of relief now that Chris Chan was free from the influence of her manipulators. However, they had still left a significant impact on both her finances and mental state. At a time like this, with her reality at the worst it had ever been, Christine needed that escape into imagination more than ever. This was the beginning of a new concept known as the Dimensional Merge. Put simply, this was the residual impact of the idea guys' manipulation. Even though they were out of the picture, Christine still believed in their concept of multiple universes intersecting. According to her, the Dimensional Merge was going to be an event in which our reality, dubbed Dimension 1218, was to combine with the reality in which Sonichu, his friends, and all other fictional characters resided, dubbed Dimension C197. According to Christine, she was to be the one to usher in this merge and would become a Christ-like figure in the new world. She first announced the merge in October of 2018, and stated that it was to happen in November of that same year. Since the date she set was the same as the anniversary of the infamous Jonestown Massacre, many believe the Dimensional Merge to have been at least partially influenced by the idea guys, as they often enjoyed inserting references to historical atrocities into Quickville lore. To everyone watching, it was painfully obvious that the merge was the latest in a long line of strange and self-destructive coping mechanisms Chris Chan had been using for years to avoid confronting her real problems. It seemed to be the escalation of a desire she had for her entire life, to turn reality into her fictional playground, a paradise where she never had to grow up and was in control. Of all the details about this supposed event that Christine discussed publicly, none were more tragic and heartbreaking than those concerning her father, Bob. According to her, Bob was living safe and sound in Quickville, having now taken the form of an anthropomorphic beaver called Robert Chew. The beaver motif was likely another creation of the idea guys, referencing Bob's old nickname, the Lumberjack. The idea of Quickville being something resembling an afterlife had been seen before, namely after Christine's dog Patty had passed away. However, Christine now appeared to fully believe that she would actually be seeing her father again soon. In the time since Bob's death, one misfortune after another had befallen the lonely internet personality. She had no time to grieve and accept
Yeah,
that
give
he
me
was
that-
gone, and
give
now
me that
figured out a
toolbox.
solution so she would never
Slippery
have to.
meat.
When the supposed day of the
You have
merge
developed an
came and
efficient
went,
way to get off hooks.
Christine was
3
quick to
extra
alter
escape
the
time from
date to
hooks.
December
At
31st,
3%
2018. That
increased
day
chance to
passed as well,
succeed.
and she once
I
again
don't know
moved the
about
goalpost, this time blaming Quickfill's bureaucratic
that.
red tape for grinding the progress to
sketch
a
of
halt.
10.
The most notable update for the dimensional merge came in April of 2020
Steak
when the
kit, give me that
self-proclaimed
toolbox
Messiah
upgrade.
stated that they swapped bodies with Sonic
assuming it's
Chew.
an upgrade.
For nearly a year after this point, she
Prayer
remained in
beads,
this
a chain of
state,
Matthias,
speaking
15
as
seconds
though she were her character
of
and
use to the key,
pretending
I don't
as
know what
though
that is.
Christine had taken
Hope.
Sonic Chew's place in
Growing
Quickville.
odds
In
of
every
a
video,
successful
tweet, and
escape
interview
fill you with
Christine
hope
was a
and
part
give you
of, she
wings.
maintained
As
this
soon as the
delusion,
exit gates are
never
powered, you
once
gain
breaking
6%
character.
pace.
She held strong to
Okay.
this fantasy until February of 2021, when she claimed that the two had
camping
finally
aid kit.
switched back. Many feared that this would become the final
not
saga
gonna
in
read all these,
Christine's
fuck it.
life, especially due to how much it appeared her mother's health had deteriorated. Though her
You
cameos
start the trial
were
as far
minimal,
as possible
the
from the
times
killer.
Barbara
That's
did
pretty
show
good.
up on screen revealed her to be extremely frail and sometimes incomprehensible.
dressings. Oh, I'm out of blood points. Goddamn.
I don't know any right now.
Come on. You got a
Yep.
lot of wisdom in your head. What are you doing to me?
Give me them scraps.
Be smart.
I only have scraps for some reason.
Act smart.
Oh, wait. I can change
all.
my shit. Oh, shit.
Christine at one point even offhandedly referenced her needing meal replacement shakes.
Nah, I'm gonna focus
Barbara's advanced
on
age caused concern, and not just for her, but her daughter's future as well. There was
Repairing. I
uncertainty
need more
over
repairing
where
shakes.
Chris Chan would go after her mom
then
passed.
spawn me
In order
away,
to
you
pay off the
killer.
$4,000 of credit card debt she accrued,
Permission.
Barbara took out a reverse mortgage on their home, meaning that upon her death, the property would
What
be
happened?
confiscated by the bank. The person most serious about solving this
What
would
happened?
be none other than Null, once again
Who took out a
returning
reverse
in an
mortgage?
attempt to help his website's namesake. Throughout 2020, he appointed
What's-
himself as the manager
Reverse
for
mortgage?
Christine,
What the fuck is
being
that?
given access to her social media accounts and emails. Null made it his goal to create a viable future for Christine, in which she could retain financial sustainability upon Barbara's
okay.
death.
So you
He
just
even
you're giving up
created
your
an
property,
LLC
basically?
to purchase the property and let Christine live there without
Gotcha.
it being considered their direct income.
My vision was that Chris would have a storefront with a limited stock of commissions. Chris would receive commissions, I'd make sure he'd do them, and then the money would go to an LLC bank account I had some control of. My
Bruh,
thought was
she
that
gave up the
maybe
entire
LLC
house to
can buy a
no shot.
property, and then somehow let
Bruh.
Chris live there without it
Is
being
that
considered
inspired, or
his
she
income,
just-
i.e. living expenses are paid for by the
Bruh.
company. I could then also supplement his insurance and put
bruh,
money into a 401k for him. This could be
Simon
set
Jenner's
up,
clear.
managed on
Yeah, let's use that
autopilot,
one.
and it would work because
Inner
Chris was a
shield.
living legend and his general inaccessibility created
think I ever used
scarcity.
this,
No random
so-
person could ask him for an interview or
do-
drawing because he ignored everyone. People wanted those things, but they couldn't get them just by asking, so they'd pay.
And with that, Null set out to finally get
Yeah,
Chris
let's
Chan's
help out,
life
let's
in
help
order
out.
after a decade and a half
Yeah,
of
let's
trolling,
go.
with many
Alright.
hoping that it would finally bring stability to the Sonic Chew creators'
Alright,
life.
Pitmaster,
But if
thanks
you've
for,
watched the
thanks for
documentary
stopping
up
by the
until
stream,
this
man.
point, you've probably realized
Appreciate
that
it
this
as always.
was wishful
We'll play
thinking,
tomorrow.
as the Chandler family saga was going to somehow become worse than ever before.
Hello, everybody.
And if you don't
This
come
is
back,
Christine
then good
Chandler
night.
Coming to you live from home once again. After, I and all the other deities know how long. Quite a long time. It's been a long time. I'm sorry. I've been really heavy in meditation. I mean,
With the assistance of her former foe, Christine finally had a plan
Where would
to
the cake
start
be?
making a
I see a
stable
candle.
living
Daily
for
rituals.
the first time in her life through videos and art commissions. And with this newfound ability to make consistent money, Null saw this as a great opportunity to help her attend the ever-free Northwest Brony Convention in Washington State. Christine's original plan
Let
was
out.
to drive from Virginia all the way to the Great Northwest, sleeping in parking lots along the way. Null saw
Would it
how
be an offering,
unfeasible
no?
this was, and instead offered to create a
Ah, okay.
GoFundMe in order to purchase flight tickets for her. In exchange, he
Nah.
stipulated
But there are
Christine
ones that
had
give
to
you, like,
work for
more
some
blood
of it,
points.
placing tiers on the page offering a shout out or drawing from the creator of
Yeah,
Sonic
fuck it.
2.
Let's
The
start
campaign
grinding some
quickly
blood points.
surpassed its
We're gonna
initial
need 'em.
goal of $750.
50%
and
blood points,
surprisingly, she was consistently
personal,
completing the work assigned,
in the objective
finishing
category.
5
Bad.
drawings every day. For once, everything appeared to be going right. Donors were thrilled to receive their commissions. Christine was excited to attend the event, and Null felt accomplished in finally having
It is
taught
hot
her
today,
the
bro.
value of $1. But
Very
little
hot.
did the Kiwi Farms founder know that something more nefarious was being concocted behind the scenes. Because as it turns out, Chris Chan's interest
Yeah, I don't
in
know
the
why,
Brony
bro.
event was the result of a new group of
Maybe it's
secretive
'cause it's well
trolls.
ventilated, they
Entirely
don't have everything
unbeknownst to Null, a group of college-age students had gotten in contact with Christine on their own. Having been inspired by the new wave of Chris Chan YouTube content, 2 individuals took a particular interest. The first was a woman named Fiona, who, like Christine, was autistic. But unlike previous gal pals, she professed a genuine attraction to Christine, as she sympathized with her many struggles. Prior to the two even talking, she publicly fantasized about them having a true and honest relationship, hyperfixating to the point of even attaining moderator status on the official subreddit. By all accounts, it seemed that Christine had at long last found her boyfriend-free girl. On the other hand, however, there was a far less innocent individual, Isabella Janke.
Azeroth
Fiona
resting
was largely
place.
motivated by naivete. This new female
Damn, it's
troll
dark.
was seemingly pushed by nothing more than sadism. Bella had garnered quite a reputation even before her interest into Chris Chan lore. She became infamous at her college campus for admitting to abusing animals, even once allegedly boiling a hamster alive. And she would constantly make disgusting comments about the state of her hygiene and fetishes. Under the alias Kelly Osborne, Miss Janke made an effort to involve herself into the life of
Ooh,
Christine
barely got that
Weston
skill check.
Chandler
Oh, shit.
for years, before eventually
Yes,
succeeding
sir.
in 2021.
Good 25%.
Why was this young
Take
woman
it.
so adamant in achieving contact with the autistic trans woman? Well, her intent was to become the quote-unquote best troll of all time.
Oh,
And
fuck,
to
I'm
gain
out.
that title, she was willing to do whatever it took. Fiona and Bella wouldn't meet until July of 2021, colliding with each other while in the online orbit of Christine. By this point, Isabella Janke had managed to position herself as the greatest influence upon Chris Chan, likely able to exploit her long-standing desire for a white boyfriend-free girl.
He's
Though
so
others,
fast.
including Null,
No!
were aware of her existence, few outside of her small Discord clique grasped how much control she truly had, even having access to the Chandler's credit card information. In the off chance that any of her actions were uncovered, Isabella planned to pin Fiona as
I
responsible.
need a bait.
In exchange for
One of my
her
teammates. Where are my
complicitness,
teammates?
Isabella promised to make Fiona seduce the comic artist and convince Christine to attend Everfree Northwest, where Chris Chan and Fiona would
failed a skill
finally
check
be
over
able
here,
to
look.
embrace each other. But despite Fiona's genuine interest, Christine surprisingly showed a shocking level of indifference. At one point, the Sonichu creator remarked about having a vision that
thought he gave
Fiona
up on
would
me.
find a college-aged
No!
boyfriend and asked for an open relationship. Regardless, as the convention date approached, it
Who is
seemed
this guy,
as
bruh?
if the next step of
He uses his
Isabella's
chain to kill
plan
people.
was
Oh,
coming
shit,
into
forgot.
effect. Unknown to Fiona, there was a reason Christine may have been reluctant to the prospect of becoming intimate
Alright,
with
easy,
her.
easy,
You
easy
see,
comeback.
around this time, the Sonic Chew artist claimed to have another sweetheart in her life, the identity of whom she kept very close
Hey,
to
don't
her
teabag
chest.
me.
She would occasionally discuss her current
Heal me,
relationship
heal
with
me,
Null,
heal
dropping
me,
vague
heal
hints
me.
as to who it was, but only
God damn
stating
it.
that she was an older
You're
woman.
in the way.
Chris Chan never revealed the true identity of this sexual partner to anyone. Well, anyone that is, except Isabella Janke. As it turns out, the young woman was able to coax Christine into a discreetly recorded phone call where she revealed all the intimate details about this secretive relationship, including the identity of her new lover. And this was Isabella's ultimate weapon that she believed would turn her into the greatest troll of all time. This is because the information held in that phone call would destroy Christine's life
Vaccine?
completely
What does
if
this
it
do?
ever was revealed to the public. Bella soon shared the
kill me?
recording with a few of her co-conspirators, including
No
Fiona, who was horrified with the information it
Anyways.
contained. Fiona decided that she could not keep it a secret, and thus leaked the phone call to the internet on the night of July 29th, 2021. This was when the entire world learned the shocking truth. Christine Weston Chandler had been in a sexual relationship with her own mother.
Well, which just mainly I was really, really horny and I need the true and honest relationship to come about. So obviously this was one of the best ways to do it, despite anything with the. And I don't want to believe labels at all, but obviously the incest fanfics have come true and shit.
In this recording, along with a series of text messages that also leaked simultaneously, Christine admitted to many details of the affair. According to her, God himself had given his blessing to move forward with the incestuous relationship. Chris Chan took it slow at first, allowing Barbara to quote-unquote make the first move. She then went into the specifics of the whole ordeal. This leaked recording immediately exploded in viral interest, becoming the most widely talked about Chris Chan event of all time. The story became so widespread that even mainstream news outlets covered it. In just one night, any of the goodwill that Christine had built up from the internet was destroyed. They no longer viewed her as an innocent victim whose life was ruined by bullies. In the eyes of the public, she was now a monster. Her fans turned on her. Projects that she was to be involved in cut ties. But the worst part of it all for Christine was that her ever-free Northwest invite was revoked. People began reporting Christine en masse to local authorities in Ruckersville. In the state of Virginia, incest is considered a Class 5 felony, punishable by up to 10 years behind bars. Many also believe that if it could be proven that Barbara was not of sound mind, then a case could have been made that Christine was guilty of sexual assault as well. Soon after, police conducted a welfare check at the Chandler household. This resulted in an emergency protective order being placed on Christine, barring her from setting foot in the home for at least a week. In the meantime, she chose to live at a nearby Regency Inn. As it soon turned out, though, her stay would not be a long one. On August 1st, 2021, Christine was arrested at the inn on the charge of incest. There to document the event was infamous online provocateur Ethan Ralph, who in Chris Chan cosplay live-streamed Christine being led out of her room in handcuffs. Surprisingly, she was calm, compliant, and seemed in unexpectedly good spirits.
Dude, I don't know where the other generators are.
The merge, it's happening right now, isn't it?
Right now, it is. It's happening right now.
Farewell, Christian!
Following her arrest, Christine was held in the Central Virginia Regional Jail without bond. While she was originally filed as a female due to her legally changing her gender on her driver's license in 2016, the booking soon changed to male. From all accounts, it appears that Chris Chan is handling incarceration fairly well, and was recently transferred to a mental institution. Her communication with the outside world since being arrested has been through letters. In one infamous example, Christine claims to be the literal reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and stated that God had called upon her to touch Barbara in order to heal, cleanse, and clean her of all her past sins and regrets. And with no friends, no toys, no conventions, and most importantly, no internet access, it appears to many that this might
that's
finally
cool.
be
Just
the
make one of the fastest
conclusion
killers
of the
ever.
Chris Chan saga. As it seems that for the foreseeable future at least, the internet legend will sit in a room by themselves with nothing more than the delusions that have built up in their head for the last 40 years. Why is this so low?
That was just the way it was built.
It seems like bad design.
Don't look at me. I'm not the one who designed this gazebo.
Okay.
From your memories.
So that's what you did with
And any ailments you had, I would just heal them right now. So like, if you were feeling ill or something, I would have healed them. Because I did heal something out of my mother that time, and she believed it.
I kind of have to.
And I did that more than once also. She felt better.
That's good. I kind of have to go to the bathroom right now. Could you like relieve that of me?
No, you have to.
I gotta do that myself.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that later.
I'm not an outside bladder.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to know. Keep that in mind.
I'm an outlet.
Your healing abilities are limited to that.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to Gino?
Yeah. I've DM'd him, just saying, hey, thanks. You're doing pretty well. Keep up the good work. Just essentially supportive.
Something interesting there that you had told me about before is that Magichan Sanachu, your husband, he has always lived within you. Is that right?
Use the perk self-care. Eddie can help a brother out and say it's a cracked perk.
He's always been there with you.
You can heal without a med kit.
Yeah, he's always been there with you, and he had the wisdom to know that, you know, not to react to all the trolls and everything, and that it was all trolls. But he is it right that he? Why didn't he tell you? Why didn't he tell you that?
Because the Iron Curtain. He's studying right here, right now.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. So yeah, we got the Iron Curtain that's been divining us, and I had to be spiritually open. I wasn't as spiritually open, or I wasn't as open to him to hear him at the time, and this definitely became more obvious to me as I looked up in Gino Samuel, and then there were like a whole bunch of cringe moments where even Magichan was like, oh my god, I can't believe she did this.
What was that quote?
Quoting, just when I quoted Leviticus, to shame gays. And then took that and ended up taking that from Family Guy. And even Magichan had said back then, you weren't supposed to take that literally! Family Guy was mostly parodic and jokes, and you weren't supposed to take that literally, Christian! What the hell was wrong with you? Something like that.
What does your mom feel about your husband and the interdimension and stuff? Does she believe any of it?
She has grown to believe it. She was kind of neutral about it at first and hesitant, but then the events happened and more events, and I managed to prove my psychic powers and abilities to her, and she actually did manage to speak with Magichan and the others at one point or another. So yeah, so she's a believer.
All right, we're gonna try running flashlight here
to prove it to her that this was going on and you had these powers.
Well, among which I can literally do this. I can heal people and essentially access their memories a little bit just by...
Bog of Laurels.
I never said it was the victim! I never f***ing once said it was the victim! And I'm sick and tired of being called a f***ing rapist! I'm tired of it all!
I'm sure many of you have already seen the now infamous freakout of Basherverse. While it's hard to deny on a surface level how much of a spectacle it is to see a man fall apart on camera even half a decade later, most don't have much more than a surface level understanding of what caused that explosion and the bizarre events that followed. This is a story of betrayal, exploitation, lies, sexual harassment, doxing, hackers, and death threats, with the man in the center of it all who was completely unequipped emotionally to handle the pressure. Even all these years later, it's hard to understand the context of that video, but after hundreds of hours of research, today I will try my best. This is the Basherverse Conspiracy.
Wow, what a great day to be picking flowers. Oh, speaking of, you're mine, little buddy. Let's see if we can't find any of your family members. Oh man, I just can't get enough picking flowers. They said that I'd be a great flower picker when I grew up.
The year is 2015, an era in which easily excited Minecraft Let's Players reign supreme on YouTube, while drama channels begin to make their way to the center of the internet landscape. Among the rising stars of the Minecrafter genre was a man by the name of Brandon Asher, or as he was known by his fans, Basherverse. A lover of video games from a young age, Brandon found success online with a series titled The Legend of Hobo. This was a scripted show that took place entirely in Minecraft, making it very popular with kids and quickly racking up millions of views. This caught the eye of other famous Minecraft YouTubers at the time, such as SkyDoes Minecraft and Captain Sparkles, who wanted to play with him. In the blink of an eye, he went from a random guy playing games in his room to hanging out with some of the most popular stars on the World Wide Web. As if things couldn't get any better for Brandon, he also met a fan on his Twitter by the name of Clara Swan, known online as Clara Babylegs. The two quickly hit it off and began dating, with Basher even flying Clara out from her state of Tennessee to live with him in his Seattle home, as it became clear this relationship had become more than just a passing fling. Whether intentional or not, these two were quickly becoming a power couple in the online world, as her follower numbers began to grow. With their continued success, Brandon and Clara moved to California to join a YouTube house called BAM Lounge, a collaborative project involving several creators such as Bertgasm, Aviator Gaming, and Jobless Garrett, living in one big house making comedy videos. The type of content on this channel usually ranged from pranks, vlogs, and sketches, with the personalities involved becoming so popular that they were even in talks behind the scenes about starting a full-fledged BAM Lounge reality show on traditional television. With a loving girlfriend, supportive roommates, successful business associates, and a growing fan base, Basher was
Survivor
on
does not
the
survive
top
the
of
trial, they
world,
lose any items they're
and it
carrying.
seemed like
Rip.
nothing could bring him down. Unfortunately, a
Pour
storm
one out
was
for
on
the
the horizon,
lost items.
the likes of which had never been seen in the history of YouTube. Daniel Keem, otherwise known as DJ Killer Keemstar, has always been a polarizing figure on YouTube, racking up a total of 5 channels that have been terminated over his time on the site. He rose to prominence trolling players on Xbox Live in the mid-2000s, before finally settling down with his show Drama Alert, where he reports on various mistakes, feuds, or mere interactions of internet celebrities. Keem has certainly made his fair share of enemies over the years due to his abrasive personality. Yet that's why people tune in. Back in 2015, he could be particularly ruthless, and when he received an anonymous tip about Brandon Asher, his sights became laser-focused on the growing Let's Player. This all began when the Drama Alert team received a message from an anonymous source, accusing Basher of committing some heinous crimes in the early 2000s that came up during a background check done on Brandon when he joined the BAM Lounge. Jumping on the rumor, Keem quickly reached out to Brandon for comments.
Oh god, don't tell me bring the killer over here, bruh.
Which stopped the allegations from going public at first. But after it became clear that these claims weren't going anywhere, he decided to make a video of his own to get out in front of the story. As his story goes, Brandon was born to an absent father and emotionally abusive mother who didn't have much of an interest in raising him, leaving Brandon home alone many times when he was just still a baby. He claimed not to remember much of his abuse though, because at a very young age, a foster couple gained custody. After that, the quality of his life picked up significantly as he was now being raised in a loving and caring environment. The fondness with which he told me stories about his adoptive parents made his childhood seem pretty ideal. The trouble started when he entered high school. Brandon stated that throughout elementary and middle school, he was a fairly average student,
be gone,
passing by with a decent enough grade. But in high school, he suddenly lost all motivation to keep trying. His grades began to plummet, and as a result, he was placed in what he called an educational development center.
This is a school that the undesirables got pushed to. People they didn't want in the school, and they just sit us in there and make us do puzzles all day. This is high school.
Brandon also claimed to have been a constant target of bullying from his fellow students. All this changed though when he met a girl when he was 17, and quickly fell head over heels in love with her. After being alone for so long, it's clear that finding happiness with a woman meant a great deal to him emotionally. It's no wonder then that he was absolutely crushed when he learned that she had cheated on him.
My whole world got turned upside down. It was literally the worst thing I've ever experienced up to that point.
Around this point, he also began talking to the younger sister of one of his friends, who he claims was around 14 years old at the time. He claimed that she served as a shoulder to cry on.
She actually talked to me a lot about it and consoled me. We started talking online and we had feelings for each other, and her parents had started kind of getting like the vibe that we had a thing going on. We would get pretty intimate But one day when I woke up, there was a knock on my door, and there was a guy, and he introduced himself as a private investigator. They ended up arresting me, and they put me in jail.
When he finally had his day in court, he was charged with a Class A misdemeanor for an unlawful transaction with a minor. As punishment, he would attend court-mandated therapy and would be stripped of all his computers.
I'm a bit busy right now.
Was like, you were
I'll
so
do it right now. I'll pull it right now.
Because you could have gone to prison and stuff like that. I'm like, for that? What the? Why? Like, it's insane how apparently lucky I was that they didn't just send me to prison.
Perhaps out of some feeling of shame or embarrassment, Brandon and his family ended up moving to a different state after the sentencing.
And for years and years and years, I just sat there doing nothing but wasting away, and I felt like I was going crazy. I'd wake up, I'd go into my computer room, I'd sit down, I'd load up Star Wars Galaxies or World of Warcraft, and I'd just play until I felt like I was going to pass out.
At a certain point, Basher decided to pick himself up and try to branch out with his life, which is when he began making his Legend of Hobo videos and his career began taking off. Brandon ended his video talking about how he feared the rumors around the story would ruin his career and he wanted to tell his truth to the world. His fans all rallied behind him after this, supporting him due to the apparent rawness of his confession. But not everyone was so swayed by his tale. A few hours after Basher posted this video, Keemstar uploaded a response titled, "Opinion on the Basher Situation." Keem expressed his frustration with the amount of support Brandon was receiving for his confession, feeling that the video came across as very manipulative. He cited Basher's constant shaking and crying throughout the story, as well as recounting his whole tragic life story as his reason for it coming across as insincere. Keem's biggest gripe was that the video seemed to be spinning a narrative that Basher was a victim, whereas he thought it would have been better if he made a simple, flat-out apology. Keem, along with thousands of others, believed that Brandon wasn't being 100% truthful about the details throughout his confession either. In his statements, there were some glaring contradictions, such as why in the original rumor he was said to have raped a 13-year-old girl twice, but in this story the girl was around 14 or 15, and they merely talked in a sexual manner on the computer. On top of that, Basher released an article from his local newspaper which listed him as 20 years of age sentenced, which didn't make sense when compared to his earlier statement that he was 18 at the time. To make matters even more confusing, online records show that he was arrested at 19. Keemstar stated that his biggest concern in all of this was the average age of Basher's fanbase. Due to his popularity in the Minecraft sphere, his fans tended to be either children or preteens. Keem felt that Brandon, given his alleged history, may try to leverage his young audience into potentially dangerous situations. At this point, Keem also brought up the eyebrow-raising point that Basher's girlfriend Clara was only 17 years of age at the time they met, whereas he was in his late 20s. Had he not learned anything from talking to underage girls, many wondered? At this point, when anyone would question his official story not adding up or joked about the rumors, Basher's oversensitivity was made clear as he would often have breakdowns at the slightest mention of his name in a negative light. Keemstar noted this and would seemingly prod Brandon for a response on both Twitter and Drama Alert. During his annual April Fool's video, Keem made a joke at Basher's expense, in which he photoshopped a fake tweet to make it look like he was confessing to the allegations. Brandon did not take this very well, going on an angry rant about it on Twitter and reaching out to his network, Machinima, to try to get the video taken down. On another occasion, Basher posted a tweet about how he was going to Disney World soon, to which Keem responded by warning parents to keep their kids away from the park. Basher again did not find this very comical, going as far as to publicly ask the police to get involved and arrest Keemstar. Keem made sure to mention that he was not the target, as Brandon had reportedly threatened a lawsuit against any YouTuber who had previously known and talked about the rumor, such as his once good friend Sky Does Minecraft. During this time, Basher's mother had become the target of a severe amount of harassment, receiving constant texts and phone calls about the crimes her son was accused of. Tracing back the origin of how this all started, Basher accused Keem of sending a tweet with her phone number. There was a screenshot allegedly proving that Keem retweeted the docs, but Keem claims that it is a fake and denies it ever happening. All these events were only samplings, though, of the now notorious freakout that was soon to come. The day after the Drama Alert video came out questioning Brandon's official narrative, a dogpiling of hate started to be sent his way. The once sympathetic comments quickly turned vitriolic as the math wasn't adding up on his explanations. This is when a once contained controversy in the Minecraft sphere went viral. Instead of explaining the contradicting information to help people better understand the situation, Basher posted another video of his own, simply titled Goodbye. In this video, it's clear that he has reached the end of his rope both mentally and emotionally.
I hate you all who are attacking me constantly. I just wanted to make a fucking YouTube channel. I just wanted that. I just wanted that so bad. I just wanted to make people happy and shit. I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to leave my room that I was in for years, and it finally did, and you won't leave me alone! Ah! I'm tired of it! I'm tired of it! So I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Shortly after uploading, he removed the video and clarified on Twitter that he wouldn't actually be quitting the internet.
She went to the wrong gate.
But at that point, the damage was already done. Some were sympathetic with Basher's plight, but many more now saw him as the freakout guy, with re-uploads of this video gaining millions upon millions of views from across the world. Among those whose attention was caught by this video was none other than Keemstar himself, whose initial reaction to it was recorded on a live stream. From many angles, this can be seen as the true beginning of the feud between Basherverse and Keem.
Entertain people. I just wanted that. I just wanted that so bad. I just wanted to make people happy.
Oh, the highest score, baby.
Dude, like, okay, like, people might say that I pushed him too far, but I didn't. I didn't. He's just, this is more playing the victim. This is more like manipulation. That's all I see is manipulation. Like, all I wanted, and all I think anybody wanted, was this dude to just own up to what happened and move on.
The very next day, Keem posted another video directed at Basher, reaching out to him and asking for an interview with all proceeds going to charity. To our knowledge, this request seems to have either been ignored or denied by Basher. But because the story was so big, that didn't stop Drama Alert from reaching out to people around him. On April 10th, Keem interviewed another YouTuber in the Minecraft space by the name of Ashley.
And when you and Basher were having this conversation, which we're about to get into, ladies and gentlemen, get your popcorn ready. How old were you at the time?
I was 17.
How old was Basher?
28.
28-year-old man, 17-year-old child, guys. But right
Yo,
here,
they have
Basher
Leon?
says,
That's sick.
Yes, you are. I get turned on every time I see you. You're sexy as hell. Now, what is he talking about?
According to her, he also allegedly screenshotted every single selfie she posted to her Snapchat story, and sent her messages complimenting her appearance in them. Ashley provided screenshots of the chat logs, but the names were blacked out, so we can't say for certain if this was Basher. This was only the beginning of the new allegations, though. At the same time, another YouTuber by the name of True Wind Waker uploaded a video on her own channel in which she made a similar accusation towards Basher. A few months prior to this controversy, Brandon had posted a public link to his Snapchat on Twitter. Being a fan of his, she quickly added him and sent him a selfie. He then reportedly screenshotted it and asked for more, which she also provided evidence of. Later, Wind Waker liked a tweet from Basher, prompting him to follow her and immediately start messaging her on Twitter, asking if she was the same girl who had sent him the selfie. Just like with Ashley, Basher's messages quickly became flirtatious, and he asked her if she would be willing to move their conversations to Skype.
And then
I don't have iRespond, but I'm sure iRespond is something like, really? Like, because I was confused. And he said, do you have Skype? We can text better there. And then at that point, I was kind of like, I mean, yeah, I thought it was really cool because he had, I think he had 1 million subscribers then, and I really liked his videos. And I was like, whoa, this guy that I've been watching, like, I really appreciate his videos. He's funny, all this stuff, and he wants to talk to me. I was like, oh my gosh, like, whoa. And then he proceeded to start kind of like getting more sexual conversation went on, like including weird things. And I was just kind of like, I didn't say anything.
She tried on multiple occasions to steer the conversation away from inappropriate subjects, but he would quickly steer it right back. After a while, he asked her age, to which she told him that she was 16. In response, Basher reportedly lied and said that he was only 21. Unfortunately, she no longer had the Skype messages, but she provided enough evidence that it was clear to most that she had spoken with Basher in some capacity.
So he started dating Clara Babylegs when she was a minor. We know that to be 100% true. And then also, he was flirting with underage girls online, and we know this because those girls came forward, and I interviewed them on Dromler, and they had, screenshots in proof of Basher doing this.
As the situation heated up and more people came out with stories of their own, Basher knew he had to do something drastic to try to quell the flames. About a week or so later, Basher appeared on a DromAlert video for an interview. Keem's tone immediately seemed to have made a complete 180, stating that his team had looked into the situation further and that he now believed Basher's story.
Basically, the DromAlert team did more research into what happened with Basher 11 years ago, and we can now confirm that the ages were 18 and 15, not 20 and 13. I wanted to get Basher on here first to apologize. DromAlert reports the truth, right? We've never reported that the victim was 13. All we've ever reported was that Sky Does Minecraft said the victim was 13, that The Zombie Unicorn said the victim was 13. And based on these people and their reputations, my personal opinion was that you were lying. Now that we know that that's 100% truth, the first question I have for you is, how did this rumor start that the victim was 13?
Basher claimed that he had told the other YouTubers in the house his version of the story very early in his time with the group. But somewhere along the line, someone had changed it to him raping a 13-year-old girl. As Basher told it, the story went that in the wake of the controversy, his fellow BAM Lounge members encouraged him to go back with his girlfriend Clara to his family home in Kentucky to sort things out mentally. Brandon claimed that his mother had some sort of job in the legal profession and would be able to help them out. But once the couple arrived there, the members of BAM Lounge began texting Clara privately.
Melting my heart was like being destroyed. I started bawling. I started just like, what? Why are you leaving me? Why? Like, why don't you stay longer? What is making you leave me?
He's just standing there.
She would not look me in the
menacingly.
eyes. She didn't shed a single tear. It was the most pathetic thing I've ever done. My mom was even there. She can attest to it, but I know she won't because she, no offense, she doesn't like you.
So she
Ouch.
leaves,
What?
goes with her uncle.
He one-shot me?
All right.
Yeah.
And then she flies all the way back to Seattle?
No, she flew to L.A.
She
to
flew to-
be with the BAM guys again.
And she's still
that's
going to be
weird.
on the
Okay,
prowl.
I think I know how to play this map.
Yeah.
So your friends disown you, and then your girlfriend, who you love, and you thought that she loved you,
Oh God, I love her, dude.
disowns
have
you
no idea.
for her career.
In this version of events, Clara came across as almost sociopathic, emotionlessly dumping Basher as he cried and pleaded for her to stay. Keem seemed determined to paint Clara as some sort of gold digger who was only using her boyfriend for views and money. But Basher was hesitant to agree as it was clear he still had feelings for her. Basher came across as the victim in this interview, a man who had lost everything over what he claimed to be a baseless rumor. Just like that, the focus was shifted away from him and onto his teenage girlfriend. In this interview, the subject of the girls who had come out to accuse him of flirting with them when they were underage was also addressed. Basher fully admitted to having spoken to them, but stated that he had since reached out and apologized and that he was now on good terms with both of them. However, he did claim that he had no idea that either of them were underage, which contradicted true Wind Waker's story that he knew she was 16. This discrepancy was not even mentioned in the interview. Nevertheless, Basher came away from it looking good in the eyes of most of the YouTube community, and he made a promise never to flirt with girls over the internet again. The next day, Clara responded to the accusations of being a gold digger in a video on her personal channel. Unfortunately, this video has been privated, which led me into a brand new rabbit hole of trying to find a re-upload of it. Using the Wayback Machine and a direct link to the video, I found out that the name of it was My Basherverse Story, which I then searched for. The only result I was getting when looking up the title was a 12-second video that spliced together 10 seconds of her confession with a 2-second clip of the D's Nuts guy. Without any other leads, I tried to reach out to the uploader, as it was clear he had downloaded the video back in the day and possibly still had it saved on a hard drive or the cloud. But when I went on his Twitter, it was suspended. I then took his internet handle to see if he was active on any other websites. This is when I found out this dude is actually an international hacker on the run from both the Guatemalan and Mexican government for stealing and leaking thousands of files. So to put it simply, the only person with a copy of this video is currently evading law enforcement. Becoming frustrated as I spent more time trying to find this video, I next simply searched for things like
how am I supposed to defeat this guy? He's literally so fucking fast.
So I can scroll through every single result to see if it exists under a different name. After going through hundreds, if not thousands of results, I finally find another copy of the video. When I click on the elusive confession, I notice that it's quiet, so I try raising the volume. But as it rises to max, the realization slowly hits me that while this is in fact the video in question, it has no sound, making it useless. Finally, after all this, I found an article from back in the day giving a summary of what she said, so we'll just have to rely on that transcript for information. Clara claimed that the coverage of the story thus far had been heavily weighted against her, and had left out a lot of important details. According to her, she had stuck by Basher's side in times when his popularity was dipping and money was tight. On top of that, she talked about the frequent depressive episodes Basher had when they were together, and how she talked him out of multiple suicide attempts. Eventually, his mental state simply became too much for her to handle. Clara said that she and Basher were fighting constantly, and she no longer felt safe around him. It was clear to her that the relationship was on its last leg, so when BAM Lounge offered her a way out, she took it. At this point, the BAM Creator House just so happened to be doxxed in a very public way.
The guy that leaked the giant, like,
Smile for YouTube Gaming?
Yeah, they were talking, Basher and that Smile for YouTube were talking a lot, and then all of a sudden, Clara is staying at our house because she feels unsafe to live with Basherverse. And then all of a sudden, our house address gets leaked on a giant website, and it was told that it was anonymous, and Keemstar tweeted it out. Keemstar said, I wonder if this is true or something like that. And it's a link to our house, and then not only that, and the only person that would know this is Basherverse, so I know Basherverse leaked it. Not only that, but there's pictures of each window, and in the window it gave a paragraph detail of who lived in there, how to get up there, and where do they stay at night.
This resulted in a Twitter confrontation between Brandon and Clara, which made it clear that his stance had not changed since his interview with Keemstar. He made sure to mention that he was still in love with her, and doubled down on the idea that he gave her everything, and she wouldn't be anywhere without him. It also came out during this interaction that Clara had apparently blocked him on Twitter, further muddying the waters of what was really going on behind the scenes. Around the same time, Basher uploaded a video entitled How to Be Alone, in which he walks around the empty Seattle home that he once shared with Clara.
I love her so much, and then this happened, and why did this happen? And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Her hair.
On April 30th, a little over a week since the first interview, Basher appeared on Drama Alert once again to talk with his new friend Keemstar about fresh allegations that had begun to surface about Clara. Before they even began discussing this new information though, Basher made it clear that this was the first time hearing about any of it. And this is where things became interesting.
Here's Clara taking a picture in
Yo.
a room, and somebody is on the bed. Do you see the circle there, the elbow?
Yeah.
Whose
Yeah,
room?
that's
Whose room
that's
is
Garrett's
that?
room. What the?
So now I know you haven't seen this.
Dude, that's straight up Garrett's room. That is Garrett's room.
The next image is coming from a vlog from Big Mac, and whose bed is Garrett on?
That's Clara's bed. That's where she's sleeping. Apparently, that's where she was sleeping. What the? That's the blanket that I bought for Clara. I bought that for Clara when we were together. Oh God, what the?
The idea that Clara might
Alright,
be dating
so
former
apparently
friend
there's this
Garrett
legendary
was
skill
clearly
called
distressing
self-care
to Basher, especially
that I have
since
to
it was
unlock
so
in-
soon
with
after their
Claudette.
breakup. He claimed that he had been trying to get in contact with her on a near daily basis since she dumped him, but had only gotten a response that day in the form of a text where she said she loved him and she never meant to hurt him. That was when Keem dropped the bombshell. Keem revealed that he had been collaborating in secret with a man by the name of Smile for YouTube, the owner of a Minecraft server who had worked with both Basher and Clara on multiple occasions. Smile stated that he had been messaging back and forth with Clara, offering to pay her just to speak with Brandon. Not only that, he played the audio of a Skype call he had with her earlier that day. Around the same time she texted Basher. In this call,
Interesting.
Smile offered to pay Clara $1,000 to text Brandon to calm him down during one of his emotional episodes, which she appears to have agreed to.
She seems really concerned because
have
she just
self-care.
messaged me. He already did the interview. Too late. We are all f***ed.
What?
I just sent that in the chat right now so we can all see it.
Play the audio.
Here it is.
You have actual audio?
Here it is. Hey.
I know. Hey, what's up?
Say something to him. You have to talk to him nice or something like that. 'Cause he's bawling his eyes out. I'll give you $1,000 to bullshit your way through this. I'll give you $1,000 right now. Okay.
I left him a
Okay, if I give you $1,000 right now, will you at least be nice and kind to him and try to make him all happy right now before he goes under Drama Alert?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I need.
Too late. We're all f***ed. Yeah, you're f***ed. You used me. Yes, you are f***ed. It's bullshit. You don't use people. This is fucking A. I'm not going through this pain every single night. Every single night I go through this pain. You know I have to drink NyQuil every single night in order to sleep because going upstairs to that bed is so fucking hard for me. And I see her making these tweets like everything's all fine and her on her freaking live streams like everything's all fucking fine. I don't fucking care anymore. You used me. You got caught. I don't care anymore. I don't care. At least in the end, I got the f***er in the
When this video went up, it quickly became the hottest topic of the moment. It racked up millions of views, becoming one of Keemstar's best performing videos of all time, and launching him to a new level of popularity. Basher also became one of the biggest Twitter trends, with creators and viewers alike from all reaches of the online world chiming in on the clip of Keem's reaction to the revelation that Basher had sodomized Clara, becoming a meme overnight. And just like that, the opinion of the internet seemed to be overwhelmingly in Basher's favor, with most feeling that the evidence was now clear that Bam was trying to bring him down and that Clara had been using him all along. Not wanting to let a good thing go to waste, Keem began to milk the Basherverse cash cow for all that it was worth. Basher could hardly sneeze without Keem including him in a daily Drama Alert video. For example, Brandon once responded sympathetically to the death of a transgender video game developer, to which Keem asked the question if it meant that Basher himself was actually trans. No matter how mundane, Drama Alert found a reason to report on it. On May 1st, the day after the interview, Jobless Garrett posted a video to his own channel in the hopes of quelling the rumors surrounding him. He completely denied the idea that he and Clara were sleeping together, citing Keemstar's admittedly poor evidence to back up his claims. However, Garrett's explanation of what was really going on was strange to say the least, and made many wonder what the deal was with the living arrangements in this house. According to him, with the way the BAM Lounge was structured, they simply didn't have enough space for everybody who was living there, so some rooms needed to serve double functions. When Clara moved back into the BAM house, Garrett's bedroom was split down the middle, half of it still belonging to him and the other half becoming Clara's office. That explained why she took the selfie in Garrett's bedroom, and why he was still asleep in the bed when the picture was taken. As to why he was sleeping in her bed, Garrett said that sometimes Clara would want to live stream in her office early in the morning when he wanted to sleep in. He obviously didn't want to be in the background of her streams, so he would instead go downstairs to sleep in Clara's bed in the living room. The video ended with Garrett stating that he had explained the whole thing to Basher in person, and that the two had actually watched the interview together at Basher's house. It even included a short clip at the end of Basher and Garrett together, in which Basher cleared the air and said he believed Garrett's story. Basher seemed to be making amends with his former enemies, and soon he would reconnect with another. Merely 2 days after the interview, Clara went on Twitter to publicly announce that she had moved out of the BAM Lounge. This was strange given how much trouble she went through to live there in the first place. But that strangeness was nothing compared to the reveal of who she was living with now. Brandon Asher. Yes, the two took a selfie together and stated that she had moved back into his house in Seattle, and were talking through what had happened. This begins the next chapter in the Basherverse saga. Basher initially denied the rumors that he and Clara were dating again, but soon confirmed it in a video titled 18 Million Volts of Forgiveness, featuring Brandon and Clara tasing each other to make things between the two even.
Back in September, we had a miscarriage. Clara got pregnant, and it turned out to be an ectopic pregnancy, and she had a miscarriage, and we lost the baby. And that's something that we never really told anyone about. We told our close friends.
Something that needs to be talked about is the Skype conversation that I was recorded in on Drama Alert. I really, really regret that, and it was terrible and incredibly messed up, and the best thing right now that I can do is ask for forgiveness for it. So, I am going to be tased.
With 18 million volts of forgiveness. Oh, Jesus!
At best, people were confused by this update. The breakneck narrative shift from Basher being a manipulative pedo to Clara being a heartless gold digger to the new one of them being a couple again was jarring to say the least. And the tasing aspect only made it more perplexing. People began to turn on Basher once again, with some claiming that he and Clara faked all of this drama just for attention. Upon asking those involved in the drama about this change to edgier content, it turns out that allegedly the people at the website Social Blade began to push Basher to do more exploitative content, as they began to take a cut of his revenue. As the story goes, while this more edgy content was bad for Brandon's mental health, it was good for their bottom line.
He got in connection with people at Social Blade, and Social Blade was helping him create new content. So they started doing challenge videos. Now I gave him a couple ideas for challenge videos because I was doing them at the time, but then they also gave him challenge video ideas, and they were filming him with very expensive cameras. These two people from Social Blade that we met once, and they wanted to take him and grow his channel because they said, "We're from Social Blade, we can grow your channel." And they had to be in their like late 30s or early 40s. Two 40-year-olds filming them getting tased, filming these weird little challenge videos, and I think they wanted a part of his channel eventually. Like, we're gonna grow you, but we want to take a little piece.
Around this time, the public also began going after Basher due to the increasing sexualization of his videos. He had always used Clara's looks in some capacity to get views, but after they got back together, it started ramping up to a large degree. Pretty much every one of his videos featured Clara in a bikini or showing excessive amounts of skin, and the contents of the videos weren't much different. Many saw this as blatantly exploitative behavior, made even worse given the fact that much of Basher's audience was young children. While public opinion may have been turning on Basher, his relationship with Clara seemed to be doing better than ever before, at least from an outsider's perspective. They were back living together and making videos, and it even came out that they had plans to get married. Despite the apparent success in his love life, Basher's mental health did not seem to improve much over this time. He announced in July of 2015 that he would start taking medication to help both with his depression and anxiety disorders. Brandon also went on several Twitter rants over the following months, lamenting the loss of the people he once considered to be his friends who had turned on him, and how he felt he would never be able to clear his name of the accusations of pedophilia. Despite getting further and further from the original controversy and new developments constantly coming up in his favor, Basher still seemed to be convinced that his life and career were destroyed beyond repair.
What has happened in the last couple days? Because you were happy, you had all this support. I don't get it.
Because what changed? I thought I could figure it out. I've got all this support. I've got all these people.
Exactly.
Dude, support does not give me ideas. Support does not give me content. Support does not sit me down in front of a computer and put the game in front of me or
over these vlogs.
Bruh.
Was nothing compared to the outrage sparked by a video he posted later that
Let's listen to the gruesome
This is
case of
rated
Fidel
M
Lopez.
for mature. Viewers' discretion is
by
advised.
Fidel JCS inspired by J
911. What is your emergency?
Criminal behavior analysis.
My girlfriend's fucking in the bathroom. She get a breath for it. I mean, like, oh my God, she's gonna die, man. Come on. Okay. I can barely understand what's going on. But my son, I know she was slinky, and then, like, I don't know when she went to the bathroom, and when I went there, it was full of blood and everything, like, I don't know, man, she's not breathing. I mean, like, she's fucking, she's gonna die, man. Come on, shut up. That's all I do right now, man.
God damn. Streaming for 3 hours.
I just smoke right here, man. I just smoke right here. I don't understand it.
Let's look up the address on it so we can get her some mail.
On September 20th, 2015, at exactly 3:40 a.m., police received a frantic 911 call from a distraught male in an apartment located in Sunrise, Florida. When police arrived at the apartment, they would find 25-year-old Fidel Lopez kneeling over his deceased girlfriend, 31-year-old Maria Nemeth, whilst laying in a blood-soaked bathroom. Upon further inspection, the interior of the apartment as well as many other minor cosmetics were damaged to what seemed to be a struggle. Fidel was ultimately the prime suspect as he was the only one at the crime scene, and neighboring tenants reported only hearing a male screaming followed by loud bangs. Fidel would be detained and questioned by local detectives the following days to come. Meanwhile, Maria's autopsy would state she died from severe disembowelment as her guts were forcibly removed through her vaginal canal, causing excruciating pain resulting in death in mere minutes. Blood samples around the area would later come back as an exact match related to Maria's epithelia tissues, which is located inside of her stomach. How her insides were found throughout the apartment was still a question to be answered. With this newfound evidence,
Where's my perk again? I
Fidel
forgot
would
already.
be questioned for the first time.
Alright, so tell me about the night from when you get back to the house. Tell me what happened.
Okay, we get to the house. She was already like kind of tipsy from the margaritas and chilies. You know, we start to drink. We put like two cardboard, boxes in the floor. We put the lime on top, and because we don't have furniture, so we're about to buy. Now when I get paid, we're about to buy furniture, TV, the TV, things like that,
Okay.
And so we put the two boxes on the floor in the dinner room, and then we start to drink and talking and listen music, and we have a lot of shot of tequila. Then in my position, I can handle it. I can handle drinks. Sometimes you go a little crazy. and she was a lot crazy. She drank at the same at the same level I drink. So, but you know, I can handle it because I got big body, man, and she's small. She gets drunk faster than me.
Right.
Way faster.
It isn't completely abnormal for a suspect to correlate a reason pertaining to a victim's death, but continuously emphasizing that Maria was very drunk and acts crazy when she gets drunk would undoubtedly raise suspicion, as this clearly shows signs of guilt and self-preservation under a guise of partial justification.
Be quicker with that, man.
She was asking me for stuff that she never asked me for that before. Like what? Like, you know, the thing with the arm and shit like that, and you know, I never done that shit with nobody, especially with her.
So what? Explain what kind of stuff was she asking? What do you mean with the arm?
I mean, first she started talking like something like, you know, like I was uncomfortable with it, you know, like one day I want you to put a bottle on my foot, you know. Sorry, I'm just talking right now with you guys.
Yeah.
You know,
I want you to be open,
and I respect her, and
absolutely, and
you know.
you're not disrespecting her. You're just telling us what she told you, what she wanted you to do.
You know,
it's not disrespectful.
You know, I'm a man. I'm her man. So whatever she asks me, I'll do it.
Okay.
You know, whatever it is, I don't care what it is.
Fidel has now introduced a sexual aspect into this case. He stated Maria asked him to perform numerous sexual acts on her with a bottle and his arms. Not entirely out of the ordinary, but in hindsight, Maria's autopsy showed her guts were forcibly removed through her vaginal canal. Quite a far-fetched correlation, but nothing is truly impossible. This leaves room to believe Maria could have been unconscious during the time of these sexual acts Fidel claimed to have performed. It's also worth mentioning, reports stated a male screaming and no sounds of a woman could be heard.
So she was telling me that, and then I don't remember really if I did it with the bottle too, or if I not, because I was really.
What kind of bottle are you talking about?
It's a beer bottle.
A beer bottle. Okay. All right. So what ended up happening? I know she was asking you to do these things.
Yeah, she was asking me all those stuff, and you know, I was starting feeling like uncomfortable, like, you know, because she never asked for that, and I know she was tipsy. But when we were doing the stuff and all the things, she told me she wanted to throw up to get out of the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
So I get out of the bathroom, and I was outside. I believe I was smoking a cigarette. I don't remember if the door was already break or something. I really don't know. I know I break it because she's not strong enough to break it.
What door are we talking about?
The glass door. I just remember I see glass in the floor, man. I really don't remember when I break it or why I break it. You know, to be honest with you, I really don't remember.
Okay.
The only thing I remember clearly is that I went to the bathroom and she was like, you know, breathing. She was like this.
How do I collect shit from around the map? Oh, they're around the fires, huh?
Call 911.
Fidel has now admitted to breaking the glass sliding doors in the apartment. He doesn't recall why he broke it, but we can safely assume that the damage dealt inside were caused by Fidel due to some type of altercation. This is actually quite important. This subtly implies an underlying cause such as domestic violence, which can be later used as a motive as to why Fidel went into a fit of rage.
Now, when you called 911, was she still breathing?
No, man, she wasn't.
She wasn't breathing.
She wasn't. I was trying to give her CPR, man. I remember I was kissing her and put some air in her stomach, was like up and down, man. And then she wasn't breathing. I don't know when somebody is there or not because I've never seen their body before.
Okay. You said when you first went into the bathroom and you saw her, she was breathing.
She was breathing. She was conscious. All right. She was like. And that's what I call 911. And but the last thing I do is just put some cold water on her face. I open the shower.
Okay.
I put some cold water on her face to see if she reacts. And I start, hey, baby, you okay? Baby, you okay? I start screaming like a motherfucker and nobody here. You know? I don't know. Neighbors might be hearing me scream.
Okay.
I was screaming for help.
Right. Is that what you were screaming? Is help?
Yeah, I was screaming for help, man.
Screaming anything else?
No, man. I was just, baby, why you do this to me, baby? Wake up, baby. Help. Right. You know, because I don't know the address.
The detective out of frame from the camera poses a great question. Reports stated that neighboring tenants heard a male yelling and didn't hear a female once. If Maria was conscious at all, due to the amount of pain she would have been in, she undoubtedly would have screamed.
Were you screaming? You called 911 the first time?
I called 911 the first time.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you actually speak to somebody?
I speak to somebody.
Okay.
I spoke to somebody, but she was asking me, where are you? The address. You know, I was so nervous that I just took the phone. Maybe I was the one that threw the phone away and put it away then.
How's
So,
that?
baby, and scream at her because I was so nervous. I really don't have the patience to deal with the address that I don't know. I know my girl is dying right there, man. You know what it is? You know, and when I was gonna call for second time, that I find the phone, I went outside and I see the police and everything.
You saw me for
you
sure.
know, but that's what happened, man.
In summary, Fidel states that upon arrival at their apartment, he and Maria would continue to have shots of tequila. Maria wanted Fidel to perform numerous sexual acts on her with a beer bottle and his arms, to which Fidel obliged. After initiating sexual intercourse, according to Fidel, Maria had to throw up, so she got up and went to the bathroom. Fidel then went outside to smoke a cigarette, but when he returned to check on her, he stated she was on the ground bleeding sporadically, to where Fidel would then call the police.
God damn, did he not?
Detectives believe some
Did he
of
not
this to
struggle
be
at all?
true, but knows Fidel is being deceptive about the entirety of his alibi. He
Bro, and
claims to have a foggy memory
Oh
due
my
to the
God,
amount
Bill.
of liquor ingested, but seems to recollect too much details for an extremely intoxicated person.
Okay, so let's go into a little more detail
what?
about from when you guys start drinking and become sexually active.
No!
To when she ends up in the bathroom.
Okay.
And we're gonna talk about that kind of stuff.
Dude, just repair the fucking jump, buddy. Repair the light generator, dude. Why is he so fucking fast? And he doesn't struggle at all. What the fuck?
That's one thing I can tell you for sure. And it can.
This is a very interesting statement to analyze. Fidel claims to have been extremely intoxicated, but
fucking God, dude.
recollects
What am I
whether he
supposed to
ejaculated or
do?
not. A truly drunk and innocent person wouldn't need to remember such details if their loved one died that same night shortly after giving them CPR.
And then, you know, she was, you know, I was wrong. She was wrong. She was telling me for me to do stuff
fuck.
that I never done before with nobody, especially with her. And, you know,
I know it might be a little embarrassing, or you might want to.
I'm gonna buy homie's time here.
I want you to tell me what kind of things.
Oh God, that scared the shit out of me, dude.
She want me to put my arm on her. And, you know, it's stuff like that. And, you know, like open mind and here for himself, I don't know.
Alright, well, I'm dead.
What type of things did you do? I know she's asking you.
You know what? My homie's gonna get away.
Tell me to do, I do it.
Which is what? What did she ask you to do?
I put my arm on her thing, I put my dick in her. I believe I got the bottle. Was a small bottle. It was like a beer bottle or something like that.
Say love you.
Put there too. You know, I just tried to make her happy, whatever.
I understand.
But she was constant. She was not. She wasn't like knocked out or
16K,
something
yeah.
like that. I would never do that to my girl.
Here, we see Fidel reassert Maria being conscious during these sexual acts. This is also subtly important. If Maria was conscious during these sexual acts, it is believed that neighboring tenants would have heard a female scream. As her autopsy showed, the sexual acts performed on her would have been extremely painful.
Alright, tell me about the argument. Tell me about any issue, the argument when you got home tonight.
When we got home tonight?
Yeah, once you got home in the apartment. talk about that. Like, what were you guys arguing about?
No, but I mean, we were just talking, and she was telling me that thing. One day when you put bottle, and I was feeling a little low, man, because and maybe I think that I'm not maker like
Not satisfied.
Exactly, which is not true because I'm not a maker satisfied, but I know she was wrong. Sometimes when somebody's wrong, says the truth.
Yeah. So the argument was, you were kind of upset she was talking about your manhood. You thought that maybe.
No, not
she
really.
was-
I wasn't upset at all. I mean, I just feel a little like down, but not upset.
That
because,
fool drunk?
I know she was drunk and tipsy or whatever, and I was the same.
Yeah.
And me and her, before when we were drinking, almost not the violence with her, but I have to my violence. I have to hit it with something else, the wall, the car, or something.
Okay.
You know? Oh my god, he sounds drunk. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna use it. Wow, my mic was muted this whole time. RIP. But I'm gonna be back. Alright, I'm back. We're just gonna finish this episode and probably end the stream here.
No, not just with her. Just and
I'm also gonna mute myself because I'm gonna be eating.
Even when I'm sober, the same person.
Detectives now focus on why Fidel and Maria were arguing. Fidel partially explains why most of the property in the apartment were destroyed and broken. It isn't particularly uncommon for a person with anger issues to attack another person, so detectives begin to draw their own conclusion and apply pressure.
Was there any damage in that house prior? Prior to tonight?
Nah, in the house there was no damage at all. The house was completely restored. Like everything was
Clean and in order. No holes in the walls, no broken
no holes
doors.
in the wall. If you see holes in the wall, then I did that.
Okay.
Then I did that.
All right. What about doors? Rip doors off the wall, like
Like what?
closet doors.
I don't know, man.
So any damage that
Any
occurred
damage
inside
into
that
the
apartment
house,
tonight,
I did it.
you did it tonight.
I did it.
And why did you do it?
You know, that's the problem. I don't know why, man. We were drinking. I don't know why. That's the problem. I'm trying to make up in my mind why did I do that. When I do that, it's because I'm pissed. You know, but I don't know what makes me pissed.
Well,
maybe she was talking about her ex husband or something like that. Because
that makes
sense. No, I remember today that she was mentioning him about something.
Like what?
I don't.
Fidel has now partially admits to why he had gotten so enraged and began destroying things in the apartment. He claims Maria started mentioning her ex-husband's name, which would undoubtedly seem problematic for any normal person in a relationship. Detectives decide to take a break and reconfront Fidel for one last time, laying all their cards on the table.
We got a little bit of a problem. Yes. All right. I just got off the phone with our crime scene, and the medical examiner is there. Okay, the doctor, and there's the injury to her is severe. Severe injuries. Severe injuries.
Body.
Yes. Multiple injuries inside there. Tissue ripped out.
What is that?
Tissue inside. All the insides out on the floor.
What else? That's the cause of the death?
Yeah. We think. You know the amount of blood that's in there? Her insides were ripped out. What happened, man? What happened?
We both were wrong, man.
I don't care. I don't care. That doesn't make a difference in this situation. Okay? There's serious injury to her. There's things that were done in there, and I think you have a little bit of a conscience, and you were worried. You were worried because you even cleaned the blood off yourself. Did she ever ask for help?
No, her? No, she was a.
Did she ever tell you to stop, or that she was in pain
Never.
or hurting?
Never. She was talking, you know, like, keep going, keep going. That's it. But she never told me stop. I don't know. I don't even know how fucking shit from her body come out of there.
Think realistic.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah,
putting your
no,
whole
I'm
arm inside her,
thinking,
where's your
no.
hand at that point? It's not in her vagina anymore, right?
I understand.
It's up inside her stomach.
But why she didn't tell me to stop or something?
We don't know.
And the stuff and the part of her body from her insides that's on the floor, it wouldn't just fall out of her. It would have to be pulled out of her.
I didn't pull anything, man. Like,
Listen. You know, when you put your arm in someone and go up inside their intestines, that's damaging. That's damaging. It's not sexual. It's torture.
You know why I think she was passed out when you had your fist inside of her? I'll explain to you why.
Why?
Because what came out of her insides, there's no way she could have been conscious and not been in horrible pain.
Explain to me, it's from, of course, inside of her body. But why, when I pull my arm and
You obviously pulled it out.
No, I don't grab anything. I mean, just pull my hand. That's it.
No, you put your arm up to here.
Yeah.
Okay, like he just said. Look how far that is.
I know.
Okay.
I know, but I don't grab anything and put it back. If it comes something out of there, I really don't know. I mean, oh man.
Fidel, you ripped her insides out of her through her vagina.
I didn't mean to do that, man.
I understand that, but you did it. What pissed you off to the point where you did that?
With more than 3 hours of psychological stress and direct confrontation, detectives seem to have figured out Fidel's weak spot along this gruesome journey. Detectives essentially play on Fidel's emotions, telling him to be a man and do the right thing. This, plus the evidence at hand, would ultimately push Fidel to admit the truth or some degree of the truth.
About believe me or something. Maybe she mentioned something about go to Peru. But that was she not yesterday. She mentioned it like one day ago, like 2 days ago.
Okay.
Going to Peru and live with her mother because she was tired, whatever. This country, I don't know why she was like that.
You guys were getting along?
Huh?
You guys weren't getting along?
Oh yes, we do. You want me to go with her, but it's I cannot leave my kids here in my job and go to somewhere else not to make any money.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be one of the reasons. But to be honest with you guys, I really don't remember.
Did you talk about that last night?
I don't know, man. We were so.
I fucked up, man. I made a mistake. I had no intentions of killing her. I had no intentions of doing it, but this is what happened. It takes a man to do that. It takes more of a man to admit when he's wrong, and it takes a man to cry. Be that man. Be that person, because that's who you are.
She was telling me she going to Peru. She need to go to Peru because she was missing her mother, and and I'm not gonna be able to use the car to go to work, and just start screaming at me and all that. I get pissed. I start punching the shit. I really don't remember when I punched the shit. You just tell me. I know I get pissed because of that. Then after that, I don't know how we end them up in the class or whatever. I know we made peace, but when we were doing making love, she told me something that really don't. It just she changed my name. She called me the other fucking name of the other guy, and then she said it twice, and she was wrong. She was confusing me with him. I didn't want to kill her. I know I killed her. That's whatever I did with her was the reason. But she was asking me about the bottle. And she was asking about the hand too. And maybe things go a little bit farther because, you know, once she's confusing me with the other one, and she told me to do stuff with her that I've never done before. I think that she might think that's the other stuff that she does with the other one before. Things go out of hands. I know, you know, never mean to kill her.
Drunk, you're frustrated, you're
But
upset.
I didn't
well,
mean
you're
to
angry.
kill her, man.
I know,
I really
but you
don't
took
mean
it.
to kill her,
We
man.
understand it. We
She's
understand
my
that.
love, man.
We understand that. But she pissed you off because she called you another man's name. I can tell you right now, if I'm having sex with my wife and she calls out another man's name, I'm gonna get pissed off. Okay? It's human nature, dude. Don't.
This is not human, man. I just took her life. I don't mean to, but I did it.
The Sunrise man who confessed to disemboweling his girlfriend after she screamed her ex-husband's name during sex has now learned his fate. Local 10 News reporter Erica Rako is live in Fort Lauderdale with details on this one.
Christy, before even coming here today, Fidel Lopez knew he'd be spending the rest of his life in prison. It was just a few weeks ago he accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to that murder in exchange for to avoid facing the death penalty.
Quiero darle gracias a todos los aquí presentes y les pido por favor que me perdonen.
26-year-old Fidel Lopez took the stand at his own sentencing this morning, asking the dozens of family members and friends of his former girlfriend, Maria Nemeth, for forgiveness. Lopez pled guilty to first-degree murder and sexual battery for the brutal killing of Nemeth in their Sunrise apartment in September of 2015. Police say he murdered her after she said her ex-husband's name twice while they were having sex and then mutilated her body. After the killing, Lopez called 911 himself, sobbing. Lopez's mother says she was with her son and Maria hours before it happened, and they were happy and in love. He had no criminal record. His sister told the court today she blames the brutal attack on drugs. The victim's uncle read a letter on behalf of her loved ones, saying only God would determine Lopez's ultimate fate. The judge took the state's recommendation, sentencing him to life in prison, and says she was left speechless with this case.
I gotta be honest. In my almost 23 years on this land, I've never been left without words to say.
And I'll be within 2 seconds, okay? Okay, so how you doing?
Good.
Good, you're okay?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember my name?
No.
You just met me for the first time,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. Okay. So my name's Teresa.
Okay.
I'm with the Ottawa Police, and I'm a police officer, and I work in the Major Crime Unit. All right. So I met you for the very first time today, right? Just a few minutes ago, you were in your cells. I was with another officer, and we escorted you here, and we told you to bring your blanket because, as you can tell, it's a little chilly in this room, right? Okay. These rooms are recorded. Okay. So since it's being recorded, I'm just going to indicate today's date and time. It's Tuesday, November 29th, and it's 6:30 in the morning. And your name is Cameron Rogers.
Yes.
With an S, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. My name's Teresa Kelm. I'm a police officer. And just before we get going, it's my duty to make sure that you understand why you're here. Okay? Those are your rights. Okay? You have rights when you're under arrest, and so I want to
Let's
make sure
go.
that you understand your rights.
Only 14K though.
All right. So you
I
understand
I
that
guess I
you're
didn't use one of my
under
things.
arrest right now? Okay. And what do you believe you're under arrest for?
My
Killing my parents.
Okay, so that's called it's first-degree murder. Okay. So when people are under arrest,
Damn, what do they call this?
have
Not
rights,
sacrifices,
and it's
offerings.
my
There we
duty
go.
To explain them to you. So you have the right to retain and instruct counsel. Okay, so that means you can call any lawyer you wish, all right? If you don't have a lawyer, you can call legal aid. It's 1-800-265-0451. It's a toll-free number that will put you in contact with a legal aid duty lawyer. Now, I think that's the Ontario number. I'm sure there's a Quebec number, and we can facilitate that call.
I had already called.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to talk to a lawyer again?
No.
No?
It's all sorted out so far.
All right.
Yeah.
So, if at any time during this interview you want to talk to a lawyer again, I want you to tell me. Okay? Is there a reason why you didn't want to talk to another one again?
Not really, but I mean, I already talked to one. I don't want to talk to another one. I don't see why I'd have to talk to two.
Okay. I just want you to make sure that you understand that if you want to, because the charges you're facing are very serious. And I want to make sure that you understand that if you want to speak to a lawyer, that you can. Okay? The other thing I want to explain to you, and I've already explained this to you, is that the room's being recorded, right? And anything, you don't have to say anything to me. You don't have to answer any of my questions. But anything that you say to me, it's being recorded, and that can be used in court as evidence against you. Do you understand that? Okay, so you don't have to say anything to me, but if you do, we can use that in evidence against you at a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing is, how have you been treated so far by the officers here?
Well, they're not mean and they're not nice. I mean, they're just neutral.
Okay, all right. And what do you mean by neutral? Like,
I mean, they're not nice and they're not mean. I mean, like they're just fine.
They're just fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be nice to have some toilet paper.
There's no toilet paper in there?
No. But that's probably
okay.
For him.
All right.
Before.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are
Yeah.
here because I'm not from Montreal. I'm from Ottawa. I can certainly ask them, but I can't make you any promises whether or not we can get it because I'm just kind of like a visitor right now. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to verify how you'd been treated by the officers. Did anybody make any promises? Like in terms of, and by promise I mean that telling you that if you say something to the police, we're going to give you a reward or we're going to give you a deal. No? Okay.
No.
I just want to make sure because police officers aren't allowed to do that, all right?
Yeah.
So remember when I came in here, I said I want to make sure that you understand your rights. I want to make sure that you've been treated fairly, and that's important to me. Okay? So nobody's made any promises. Has anybody threatened you that you better say something to the police, otherwise we're going to do this to you or that? No? Okay. So that's important to me too. So I just wanted to make sure if anybody had that shouldn't influence you in talking to me today. Okay. Now there's some water there. You get thirsty when you talk?
No.
I do. So I'm gonna have some. If you want some, you just you help yourself. Okay. You've eaten. They gave you some food.
Yes.
Okay. So, Cameron, how old are you?
I'm 22.
You're 22. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And are you in school? Or
I was in school.
Okay. What were you studying?
Electromechanical engineering technology. No. Electromechanical engineering robotics technician.
Wow. And how long have you been studying that?
I was in that for the first year this year, but I came out of another one for the past 2 years.
I lost a follower.
I was in mechanical engineering technology.
From 18 to 17,
but then
sad.
I changed for this year into the first one I mentioned.
Good. And what were your plans? What did you want to do with that degree?
I didn't want that degree.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
So why were you taking it?
Because my parents told me to take it.
Okay. And why were they so keen on you taking that?
Half of the problem was probably because I didn't say anything else. Like I didn't.
Bill, I'm already on the side.
I mean, I didn't say another plan for the you know, like.
Oh shit.
So you didn't have a plan, so therefore they gave you a plan?
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because when I was in schooling, that's exactly what happened to me. I didn't have a plan, and my parents made me take these courses that
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
I personally didn't enjoy. Were you enjoying your schooling? No. That must have been hard. Yeah. What year were you in?
So for the first 2 years, I was in second year, and then for this past year, I was in first year.
Okay. All right. And where were you studying?
Algonquin.
Algonquin. Okay. And were you taking any other courses anywhere else? No. No. Other than schooling, what were you doing? You tired?
Yeah.
Am I boring you already?
No, nothing else. I wasn't doing anything else.
Okay. All right. What did you do when you weren't in school?
If I wasn't in class, I was studying, and if I wasn't studying, then I was at home helping around the house.
Good.
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
I am the bold brother.
you lived with your parents? Anybody else? No. And do you have a lot of extended family?
Like, my mom has 3 brothers.
Okay.
And then they have, or some of them, I think a lot of them have a lot of other family on their other side.
Okay.
So, but I don't know that the other sides.
Okay. I understand you were adopted, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And how was that? How did that go with your parents?
It went well.
It went well. Yeah. Good. Good. Okay. Now, who's the closest person to you? Would you say?
My dad.
Your dad. Yeah. Okay. All right. And do you have any friends or anything?
I have friends at school.
Okay.
That I know from school, and then I know from past jobs.
Okay. All right. So what's been going on in your life then? How have things been going for you?
In what way?
In what way? Like, were you happy with the way things were going, or?
I don't know if I was happy with how I was going with school because I was doing a program that didn't like.
Right. Yeah. I understand.
And also, I wasn't really.
Bro,
able
what?
to
How
get a
the
job
fuck does he
because
know?
My parents wouldn't.
Can you
say
hear
that
me? Am I
I
really that
would
fucking loud?
To work for them.
For them.
Yeah.
And what do you mean by that?
Like around the house.
Oh, okay. Okay. And how'd that make you feel?
Not good.
Not good. Yeah. So they didn't want you to go get a job outside the house. So they just wanted you working at the house.
Yeah. And I wouldn't actually get money because they would just say that they owed me money. So I actually didn't have any money.
Oh, that must have been hard.
Yeah.
So how did you manage then? Like, you wanted to go out or you wanted to do something?
If I
God.
wanted to use money, they would have to approve of it.
What kind of work were you doing around the house?
Gardening and.
Oh my god.
Around the garden. Or chores.
So.
And I'm getting the fuck
how
out of
did
here.
you end up here?
Oh,
in
you fuck.
Montreal? What brought you?
We still need 4 fucking generators.
I was told by my.
I should just be using self-care, bro.
The person I called on the phone, not the lawyer, but the one that's supposed to help me, that I shouldn't answer questions.
Okay, that's all right.
And I'm feeling that answer is not one I should answer.
Okay, all right. We want to kind of understand kind of where things are at with you.
Rip
it
that
seems
guy.
like you were dealing with a lot of stuff in your life, right? Like you seem to have had a lot of pressure going on at school. There was a lot of pressure going around the house, and we know that what happened is really weighing on you, right? And I'm glad you're agreeing with that. I've been working in the homicide unit since 2009, and I've never seen anybody that's
I actually just moved like that.
reported it to the police the way you did, okay? And that tells me that you're somebody with a conscience and realized what you had done and decided that you needed to do the right thing.
No!
Right? What happened before?
Ah, he knocked the other guy down. Wow.
You can't do anything more about it. But what you do have control over is
Wow.
today.
That means we're all dead. That's GG. That's fucked up.
And when you talk about how the closest person to you is your father, that tells me that there's a reason why this happened, okay? And we want to understand.
Boo! We got it paired with the try hard. No, I did not have fun. That match fucking sucked. Don't you ever pair me with someone like that ever again. Ever again. Ever again, bruh. Ever.
Do work at home.
Ever.
Not being able to get any money.
Ever.
Something triggered you to go off.
Ever.
And you know, that's what we're trying to understand. You know, there's it seems like something that's not you, because you've never had any dealings with the police. So it doesn't happen very often when you have someone like you.
Fuck it, I'm gonna use
not
self-care.
had any dealings with the police.
I need to
and
fucking
boom,
heal.
Here you are. With the murder of your
Alright,
parents.
let's use my map.
We know that you've called.
I got 2 slots
called
now.
911,
Alright.
And you reported it yourself. Okay? So that says a lot about you as a person, that you know what to do. You made a mistake and you're saying, okay, well now I need to do something about it. So you've basically taken control of that situation. But it's what caused you to get there. Whose fault? Like, is it your parents that were pushing you and you're shaking no?
Well, I'm not saying it's not my parents' fault, but I'm not saying it's not my fault. I mean, I shouldn't have done it, which is obvious. But
What's Claudette's story? From the day that her parent gave her Claudette her first science case, she loved experiment. Her single-minded pursuit led to an early something.
Like my parents were putting pressure, but they were. But I mean, that's no account for.
Oh, okay.
You know, doing.
I'm ready.
But you know, when we're under pressure.
Her single-minded pursuit led to an early scholarship at a great college. It was a huge decision to leave Montreal, but the chance was too good to pass up. Her introverted nature meant that chat rooms and forums were now her best source of social interaction.
I've done things.
Her new favorite activity was to answer botany questions for others under the moniker of Science Girl. One evening during a long bus ride from the city, Claudette took a stroll that would change her life. It only took a minute for her to get completely disoriented in the thick woods. She never found her way back. The forum only started to wonder where she was a week after she stopped posting.
And I respect what you're saying. Is that ultimately you're the one that did the deed, but there's something that caused you to want to do that. Yeah, and there's something that caused you to feel that that's the solution that you needed to do to deal with the pressure.
I guess.
Yeah. So no, that's okay. I mean, it's logical to me. It makes sense. So other than your parents putting pressure on you with school and not wanting you to work and wanting you to work around the house, what else were they doing that was adding to this stress?
I don't know. I mean, other than no money and having to go into a program for 3 years that I didn't want to go into. I don't know, like, what else there would be.
Yeah, this is gonna be my last game for sure.
What else was missing, do you find, in your life that you could attribute to?
Well, I might have felt, or I might have thought at the time that I was lonely, but then after I killed them, I didn't really feel lonely. Well, I felt more lonely because, anyway, it's irrelevant, but I mean, realized that it was the wrong choice, but anyway.
What did you feel you would accomplish by killing them?
Nothing.
Nothing, eh?
Facing the nurse blinks through walls, anticipate
And
where she
what-
will blink,
what
break a line
caused
of
you
sight,
to
and
just
escape
do this?
while she is fatigued.
I don't know. It was like it was, I guess, the spur of the moment. Like it just like it was just. I don't know what made me do it. It was just like I don't
How do I self feel?
even know why I did it. Even
You want to right click?
that I think back to it now. I don't even know why I chose to do it.
Okay. How did you do it?
It was involving one or two knives and a stick
Mystic. Okay. And where did you kill them?
in our kitchen.
In your kitchen. Okay. All right. And
In the
what
kitchen?
was going on right
Would
before
it-
you killed them?
In the kitchen.
I was chopping melon.
Sorry.
I was
Chopping
chopping melon.
melon?
Yeah.
Okay. And where were your parents in relation to you at that point?
My mom was doing something else in the kitchen,
Okay.
and my dad was somewhere else in the house.
Okay. And then what happened?
Do I have to talk about this? I don't want to talk about this.
Okay. Well, why don't we talk about something else for a while? Okay. I know that's upsetting you. Why don't we talk about how did they get to the outside?
I put them there.
You put them there. Okay. And when did you put them there?
After they died.
Okay.
I didn't want like I didn't want like my mom's brothers or any friends to come and see them like that.
Okay. Well, that was good of you. Clearly, you were concerned for them, for the family members not seeing them, eh?
What the fuck is that?
Okay. And
No idea
how
what
did
that
you
does.
get them out to the back?
I had to
You saw me.
well I dragged my mom in a tarp.
Okay.
And then I put my dad in a suitcase and
I
then pulled him
see.
out.
Okay. And how'd you get him in a suitcase?
Well, I sort of rolled him into it.
Okay. All right. Did you have to do anything to get him into the suitcase? Or?
Well, it wasn't like a perfect fit. Like I didn't like make him like fit.
Okay.
Like it wasn't like.
Okay. All right. And how long did you remain in the house after
A week.
A week? Okay. And where were they for that 1 week?
Well, for a day they were wherever they got killed.
Okay.
And then after
Oh God, what
that,
have I done?
was spent taking them out to the backyard and then cleaning up a little bit so it wasn't blood all over the place.
For sure, yeah, because you didn't want any family members to see that. Yeah, that's okay. No, that's understandable. And I can tell you that where they are now, I don't think you need to worry about the family members seeing them like that. Okay, so we're gonna make sure, and that's normal. We don't want them to see that. Okay. Now, when you said clean up, what room had to be cleaned up?
The kitchen.
The kitchen. Okay, is that the only room that had to be cleaned up? Okay. And where's the knife?
I put the knife the two. I think it was two. I think it was two knives in a plastic bag with the stick that had broken. So I put those in the plastic bag and I put it in the black box, which is in the garage.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you do then for that whole week then in the house?
I just stayed in my room.
Okay.
Because I like when I was mostly going to run away from Ottawa.
Okay.
I was hoping to go to the U.S., but since that didn't work out, I got stuck in Montreal.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then that's when I called.
Okay. And how come you weren't able to get into the U.S.?
Well, you need some kind of like.
Can't heal this bitch. Making so much fucking noise.
Like not like a ticket, but like he.
A passport or?
Well, no, not that wasn't the problem. It's like because like to go there to stay there you need some kind of visa.
I see.
You know, and I didn't have that, so I'd have to lie, and that just didn't work.
Right.
Oh, fuck.
So, do you remember what day of the week this was that this happened to your parents?
Sunday.
It was a Sunday. And about what time was that? In the morning or at night? In the morning. Now I understand.
Yeah.
There was some birthday party or there was some dinner that they were supposed to go to.
Yeah.
Okay. Now when was that?
Sunday.
The Sunday. Okay. And did somebody call you to find out where they were?
Yes.
Okay. Who called?
I need to medicate on this hoe, bro.
Which ones?
Gord and Graham, I think.
Okay. All right. And what did you?
I was scared, so I said that they had the flu.
Okay. All right. Okay. Did anybody come over in the those 8 days or a week or so?
Well, we have friends from church, and they came over on the next Sunday, and I said the same thing. That, like, they had the flu.
Okay. They were at the house?
Yeah, they came over to the house.
Okay. All right. So where did they ask you where your parents were?
I said that they had the flu.
Okay, but where were they with the flu? I mean, I know where they were, but what did you tell them?
I told them that they were, sleeping in their room, like with the flu. I didn't really give that. All I said was that they had the flu and that they were breastfeeding.
Okay, all right. So we're just going to try to figure, how did you get to Montreal?
Took the train.
Oh, you took the train, okay. And then how did you get from your house to, which train station did you go to?
In Ottawa?
Yeah, there's two in Ottawa. There's one
two?
There's one on Fallowfield and there's one on Tremblay Road. Tremblay Road, okay. And how did you get there?
I drove.
You drove whose vehicle?
My mom's.
Your mom? Which vehicle is that?
It's the van.
The van, okay. And
No! Literally just buying time at that point.
Well, I have to pay for gas.
Okay.
And I mean.
No, what are you doing, bitch?
I didn't know.
Go do the generators.
I mean, if I had to pay for more gas, I wouldn't really be able to pay for more gas.
Right. Okay. So you then took the train to Montreal?
Yeah.
And when did you arrive in Montreal?
At 8:30 on Monday.
8:30 in the morning or in the evening?
In the morning.
We need a bail.
In the morning. Okay. And how did you pay for your train ticket?
With some money.
Okay. Where did you get that money?
From their purse.
From their purse. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Or wallet.
Or wallet.
Yeah.
Okay. From your mom or from your dad's wallet?
I think it was from my.
Dude, how do I heal myself?
From both. How much money were you able to get from your?
140.
140. Okay. So you took the train to Montreal, and then what did you do once you arrived in Montreal?
I bought a ticket to the U.S.
Okay.
But it didn't work.
Right. Because you couldn't.
Yeah, there was no visa.
Okay. Right. Okay. And what was your plan in going to New York?
Somehow survive.
Pardon?
Somehow survive. Like, I didn't really have like a plan.
You didn't have a plan, eh?
No. It's just to get as far away from Ottawa as I could.
I think you told him to.
Right. And then when you got turned around, you couldn't come in. You couldn't go into the States. And how do you end up downtown Montreal?
Well, I had to get back from the border because I took the train, but I didn't get past the border.
Okay.
So I had to take a bus back from the border. And the bus dropped me off, I guess, at the bus station. I don't know exactly where it was, but and then from there I walked to this street that was where I called.
Right.
Was like a block from where I put my bags, and that was nearby where the bus station was.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so where did you sleep? So
I
you're
didn't really
arri-
sleep.
You haven't, no, that's right, because we're Tuesday, that's right,
Yeah.
because you arrived yesterday morning. Okay, all right, and what's in the bags?
Just clothes.
Just clothes?
Clothes.
Are we gonna find the knife in there, or the
No.
stick, or anything, or any weapons?
Well, I have my survival kit. My
Such
camping
bullcrap, dude.
survival kit. So there is a saw and a Swiss Army knife and
Like, how am I actually supposed to fucking escape that?
And,
You're
what
shitting
made you
me.
decide to call the police, to call 911?
It was, well, I mean, I didn't really have anything else to do. And
Why is my Nef click not fucking holding, dude?
I may as well.
Nah, I can't just leave it on that, bro.
Feeling down.
That's fucking bullshit.
I was tired, which made me feel more down when I called.
And how did you feel after you made the call?
Well, I was crying for a long time.
For sure, yeah.
And then I felt better, but I mean, I still don't know if it's fixed because, you know, like, I mean, we're discussing
13. Okay, I was about to say
we're
1300
still trying to
fucking
figure out
XP.
if I
You're
did
lying
it
to
or
me.
not, and I don't understand, like,
Blood points.
like I thought confessing would mean that I would be, you know, like that would be it.
Yeah, well, you know what, we still need to understand, what happened. You know, we need to understand just because somebody tells us they did something, it doesn't mean it happens, right? So that's why when you told Montreal, there's a lot of people say things sometimes that.
Am I lagging or something?
So that's why.
Is
we
my
needed to,
mouse
figure
lagging
out
or something?
What to figure out what happened.
Eroded token.
But you know, it's stuff like this. I think everybody has to make their decision, what's right for them, and clearly you felt this was the right decision for you. But you know, I always use the analogy of a snowball effect, right? You start this nice snowball at the top of a mountain, and it comes spiraling down the hill, and it's picking up debris, and at the end, by the time it gets down there, it's not the same thing anymore, right? So this is something that wouldn't have gone away. Eventually, you would have had to dealt with it. Now, I'm noticing a cut on
Oh,
your
well, that was trying to
left hand.
where I put my stuff. I was trying to get in because it was like a rundown place, and I had to get in, so it got cut.
Oh, okay. Did you sustain any injuries as a result of what happened to your parents? Yeah. Okay. What? So I know you're cutting melons, and that was about at 11 o'clock on the Sunday morning.
Yeah.
What caused you to do that? Like, it was something said or done or?
No, it was literally just a spur of the moment. I don't even know. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, took me 50 minutes of going back and forth about to do it and then not to do it.
Okay, all right. What was causing you to want to do it? Why is it you're thinking you wanted to do it?
I don't remember.
This is gonna be my last game, I swear.
Right. And what were the plans that day?
The plans was to do some studying and then go to the restaurant for the party.
For the party, okay. All right. And your mom, you said she's in the kitchen? Okay. And where was your dad?
He was somewhere else now, so I don't know exactly.
Okay. Can you just explain to me how your dad, did it both happen in the kitchen? Okay. How does your dad end up in the kitchen?
Well, when I did my mom, he came running, and then I did him.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. And how long did it take?
What do you mean?
Like before your mom, like how long did you?
Well, my dad didn't take very long, but my mom took a long time. And it was really hard because she was in pain and I wanted it to stop. And I couldn't make it stop. And I felt so bad because she my room, and she was still in pain. I could hear her, but then in the morning, it was done.
Okay. And can I ask a question? Why is it then, after, when you realized she was in pain, why didn't you call 911?
Well, I knew it was too late.
Okay. And what do you mean by it was too late?
The wounds were too bad.
Okay. Okay. And, so, what about your dad? How soon after did you kill your dad?
What do you mean how soon after?
Well, after your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came running, and then
came running.
that's when it happened.
Okay, what did he say when he came in?
Well, he was scared for her.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and then it was quicker with him.
Okay. Now, you talked about a stick.
Yeah.
Who did you use the stick on?
I think it was both.
On both? And what part of the bodies did you hit them with?
I think
Sorry,
it was
what?
the head.
The head? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
The stick broke.
The stick broke on who?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Alright. And there were 2 knives involved?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, where did you get the knives?
The kitchen.
In the kitchen? Okay. And, which knife did you use on which person?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
But I think I remember this. There was a smaller one that was only used on my mom.
Okay. Alright. Okay. And, do you remember what your mom said to you?
Oh, you fuck.
Like before.
Oh, you fuck.
No.
No? Okay. Was there a conversation going on with
No.
you and her? No? Okay. Have you told anybody else about this? Other than, so you've told the 911 operator as well? You've told
Actually fucking throwing, dude.
you talked to anybody else about it? Between the time that you've killed your parents and now, have you hurt anybody else? No. No? Okay. So there's no other, you haven't killed anybody else and you haven't injured anybody else? Who were the friends that showed up on the Sunday?
They were friends from church.
And what are their names?
I don't want to bring them into this. I mean, if I have to, fine, but I don't want to bring. They're nice people. Do I have to bring them in?
What church are they from?
The Metropolitan Bible Church.
Metropolitan Bible. We'll probably be able to figure out who they are. It's up to you if you want to tell me, but we'll be able to figure out who they are. So
Okay, I may as well tell you then. It's a family. There's I know this. Okay, well I know their daughter. Their daughter is
You're
called
lying.
Catherine.
Absolutely lying to me,
Okay,
dude.
she goes to my school, and her mom.
I can't believe this.
Alright, well we'll be able to figure that out.
You just let him catch you.
And Catherine sings in the choir.
Okay.
If that helps.
Okay.
And
yep.
The man is sort of French.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, he's French.
Okay. So you talked to me about the area that
Don't
you cleaned
fucking
up. What
cough me,
area
bro.
in the kitchen did you have to clean up?
Sort of like in front of like the fridge. Like I mean like.
There's a hook right here. That's perfect.
Explain if you don't know the house.
Yeah. Okay. That's alright. What did you clean it up with?
We have like a like steam thing for tiles.
Okay.
And I use that.
What?
Okay. And where is that now?
I left it in the hall.
You left it in the hall? Okay. And what other parts of the house did you have to clean up?
Just that.
Just that? Okay. Now, you must have had blood on you.
We just on my arms, but then
Oh
I
my
washed
fucking
off.
god, dude. What are you doing? What the fuck do you
I
expect?
guess when I had a shower, it washed off.
Okay. Okay, and how many showers are there in the house?
3.
3? Okay, and which one did you use?
The one upstairs.
Okay, and how many are there upstairs?
1.
Just the one? Okay. Generally, what's the condition of the house? Is it tidy? Is it?
It's tidy. Well, I mean, to me, a normal house is slightly messy, but when guests come over, it's tidy. So
Right.
I mean,
Right. That's right. Yeah, you're right there. Yeah. Okay. So if I were to go into the house now, what condition is that house in?
In good condition.
It's in good condition. What about in terms of it being?
Like it's not guest tidy, but it's normal tidy.
Okay. Is it possible it's a little messier than normal?
Maybe my room, since like I stayed in there during that whole week that I was in the house because I didn't want to go downstairs.
Okay. Downstairs.
In the kitchen.
Oh, in the kitchen. Okay. All right. Okay. Are there a bunch of drawers open in the house? And is it a little messy?
No.
No.
Except maybe her bed where I emptied her purse, but other than that, no, everything was left as it was.
As it was? Okay. Okay. So, I know you wanted to go to the States. What do you think was going to happen when people came looking for your parents?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
We're just hoping to get as far away from here as I could.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I am going to just leave the room. I'm just going to go and check with my partner to see if I've forgotten anything. Is there anything else that you want to tell me?
I don't know.
No, but is there anything else about this that you wanted to tell me that?
Not that I can
No.
think of.
Now, the clothes that your parents were wearing at the time of this, where are these clothes now?
Still on them?
Still on them? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't like take off their clothes.
Okay, alright. Okay, that's good. I guess there's just one thing I'm just trying to understand. So you're cutting melons, and what was your mom doing?
She was like doing something, some kind of herb thing. I don't know what it was. It was she was grinding herbs or something.
Okay. And how was that morning? This was around 11 o'clock. So what was going on that morning in the house?
I don't know. I mean, like, what was...
Did you have an argument with your parents, or...?
Well, I mean, the whole the whole, like, disagreement about school and work and all that was just hanging over me, and I mean, I guess, like, we've had arguments before.
Okay.
And heated, yelling ones, and I guess just at that time when the cloud broke.
No! Why does he one-shot me? I'm at full fucking health.
I don't know if I was arguing. At that time, there was no argument. No. Maybe like a day or two before we had been arguing.
Okay, and
about those issues.
Okay, anything in particular? So you're talking about school, about
the work issue.
And what was your mom like when she argued with you about it?
Well, I didn't have a say.
Okay. And so you're chopping the melon, and is that the knife that was used?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Alright. And where did you stab her on her?
In the back.
In the back, okay. And how many times?
I don't remember.